Chapter 1. Fasten your seatbelts, please. The diverse passengers in the plane were slow to obey. There was a general feeling that they couldn't possibly be arriving at Geneva yet. The drowsy groaned and yawned. The more than drowsy had to be gently roused by an authoritative stewardess. Your seatbelts, please. The dry voice came authoritatively over the tannoy. It explained in German, in French, and in English that a short period of rough weather would shortly be experienced. Sir Stafford Nye opened his mouth to its full extent, yawned, and pulled himself upright in his seat. He had been dreaming, very happily, of fishing an English river. He was a man of 45, of medium height, with a smooth, olive, clean-shaven face. In dress, he rather liked to affect the bizarre. A man of excellent family, he felt fully at ease indulging any such sartorial whims. If it made the more conventionally dressed of his colleagues wince occasionally, that was merely a source of malicious pleasure to him. There was something about him of the 18th century buck. He liked to be noticed. His particular kind of affectation when traveling was a kind of bandit's cloak, which he had once purchased in Corsica. It was of a very dark purply blue, had a scarlet lining, and had a kind of burnous hanging down, behind which he could draw up over his head when he wished to, so as to obviate draughts. Sir Stafford Nye had been a disappointment in diplomatic circles, marked out in early youth by his gifts for great things. He had singularly failed to fulfill his early promise. A peculiar and diabolical sense of humor was wont to afflict him in what should have been his most serious moments. When it came to the point, he found that he always preferred to indulge his delicate puckish malice to boring himself. He was a well-known figure in public life without ever having reached eminence. It was felt that Stafford Nye, though definitely brilliant, was not, and presumably never would be, a safe man. In these days of tangled politics and tangled foreign relations, safety, especially if one were to reach ambassadorial rank, was preferable to brilliance. Sir Stafford Nye was relegated to the shelf, though he was occasionally entrusted with such missions as needed the art of intrigue, but were not of too important or public a nature. Journalists sometimes referred to him as the dark horse of diplomacy. Whether Sir Stafford himself was disappointed with his own career, nobody ever knew. Probably not even Sir Stafford himself. He was a man of a certain vanity, but he was also a man who very much enjoyed indulging his own proclivities for mischief. He was returning now from a commission of inquiry in Malaya. He had found it singularly lacking in interest. His colleagues had, in his opinion, made up their minds beforehand what their findings were going to be. They saw and they listened, but their preconceived views were not affected. Sir Stafford had thrown a few spanners into the works, more for the hell of it than from any pronounced convictions. At all events, he thought, it had livened things up. He wished there were more possibilities of doing that sort of thing. His fellow members of the commission had been sound, dependable fellows, and remarkably dull. Even the well-known Mrs. Nathaniel Edge, the only woman member, well known as having bees in her bonnet, was no fool when it came down to plain facts. She saw, she listened, and she played safe. He had met her before on the occasion of a problem to be solved in one of the Balkan capitals. It was there that Sir Stafford Nye had not been able to refrain from embarking on a few interesting suggestions. In that scandal-loving periodical Inside News, it was insinuated that Sir Stafford Nye's presence in that Balkan capital was intimately connected with Balkan problems, and that his mission was a secret one of the greatest delicacy. A kind of friend had sent Sir Stafford a copy of this, with the relevant passage marked. Sir Stafford was not taken aback. He read it with a delighted grin. It amused him very much to reflect how ludicrously far from the truth the journalists were on this occasion. His presence in Sophiagrad had been due entirely to a blameless interest in the rarer wild flowers and to the urgencies of an elderly friend of his, Lady Lucy Cleghorn, who was indefatigable in her quest for these shy floral rarities, and who at any moment would scale a rock cliff or leap joyously into a bog at the sight of some flowerlet, the length of whose Latin name was in inverse proportion to its size. A small band of enthusiasts had been pursuing this botanical search on the slopes of mountains for about 10 days when it occurred to Sir Stafford that it was a pity the paragraph was not true. He was just a little tired of wild flowers, and fond as he was of dear Lucy. Her ability, despite her 60-odd years, to race up hills at top speed, easily outpacing him, sometimes annoyed him. Always just in front of him, he saw the seat of those bright royal blue trousers, and Lucy, though scraggy enough elsewhere, goodness knows, was decidedly too broad in the beam to wear royal blue corduroy trousers. A nice little international pie, he had thought, in which to dip his fingers, in which to play about. In the aeroplane, the metallic tannoy voice spoke again. It told the passengers that owing to heavy fog at Geneva, the plane would be diverted to Frankfurt Airport and proceed from there to London. Passengers to Geneva would be rerouted from Frankfurt as soon as possible. It made no difference to Sir Stafford Nye. If there was fog in London, he supposed they would reroute the plane to Prestwick. He hoped that would not happen. He had been to Prestwick once or twice too often. Life, he thought, and journeys by air were really excessively boring. If only he didn't know, if only what? It was warm in the transit passenger lounge at Frankfurt. So Sir Stafford Nye slipped back his cloak, allowing its crimson lining to drape itself spectacularly round his shoulders. He was drinking a glass of beer and listening with half an ear to the various announcements as they were made. Flight 4387, flying to Moscow. Flight 2381 bound for Egypt and Calcutta. Journeys all over the globe. How romantic it ought to be. But there was something about the atmosphere of a passenger's lounge in an airport that chilled romance. It was too full of people, too full of things to buy, too full of similarly colored seats, too full of plastic, too full of human beings, too full of crying children. He tried to remember who had said, "I wish I loved the human race. I wish I loved its silly face." Chesterton, perhaps. It was undoubtedly true. Put enough people together, and they looked so painfully alike that one could hardly bear it. An interesting face now, thought Sir Stafford. What a difference it would make. He looked disparagingly at two young women, splendidly made up, dressed in the national uniform of their country England, he presumed, of shorter and shorter miniskirts, and another young woman, even better made up, in fact, quite good-looking, who was wearing what he believed to be called a culotte suit. She had gone a little further along the road of fashion. He wasn't very interested in nice-looking girls who looked like all the other nice-looking girls. He would like someone to be different. Someone sat down beside him on the plastic-covered artificial leather settee on which he was sitting. Her face attracted his attention at once, not precisely because it was different. In fact, he almost seemed to recognize it as a face he knew. Here was someone he had seen before. He couldn't remember where or when, but it was certainly familiar. 25 or 6, he thought. Possibly. As to age, a delicate, high-bridged aquiline nose, a black, heavy bush of hair reaching to her shoulders. She had a magazine in front of her, but she was not paying attention to it. She was, in fact, looking with something that was almost eagerness at him. Quite suddenly she spoke. It was a deep contralto voice, almost as deep as a man's. It had a very faint foreign accent. She said, "Can I speak to you?" He studied her for a moment before replying. No, not what one might have thought. This wasn't a pickup. This was something else. "I see no reason," he said, "why you should not do so. We have time to waste here." "It seems fog," said the woman. "Fog in Geneva, fog in London, perhaps. Fog everywhere. I don't know what to do." "Oh, you mustn't worry," he said reassuringly. "They'll land you somewhere all right. They're quite efficient, you know." "Where are you going?" "I was going to Geneva." "Well, I expect you'll get there in the end." "I have to get there now. If I can get to Geneva, it will be all right. There is someone who will meet me there. I can be safe." "Safe?" He smiled a little. She said, "Safe is a 4-letter word, but not the kind of 4-letter word that people are interested in nowadays. And yet it can mean a lot. It means a lot to me." Then she said, "You see, if I can't get to Geneva, if I have to leave this plane here, or go on in this plane to London with no arrangements made, I shall be killed." She looked at him sharply. "I suppose you don't believe that." "I'm afraid I don't. It's quite true. People can be, they are, every day. Who wants to kill you? Does it matter? Not to me. You can believe me if you wish to believe me. I am speaking the truth. I want help. Help to get to London safely. And why should you select me to help you? Because I think that you know something about death. You have known of death. Perhaps seen death happen." He looked sharply at her and then away again. "Any other reason?" he said. "Yes, this." She stretched out her narrow olive-skinned hand and touched the folds of the voluminous cloak. "This," she said. For the first time, his interest was aroused. "Now what do you mean by that?" "It's unusual characteristic. It's not what everyone wears." "True enough. It's one of my affectations. Shall we say, it's an affectation that could be useful to me." "What do you mean?" "I am asking you something. Probably you will refuse, but you might not refuse because I think you are a man who is ready to take risks, just as I am a woman who takes risks." "I'll listen to your project," he said, with a faint smile. "I want your cloak to wear. I want your passport. I want your boarding ticket for the plane. Presently, in 20 minutes or so. Say, the flight for London will be called. I shall have your passport. I shall wear your cloak. And so I shall travel to London and arrive safely." "You mean you'll pass yourself off as me?" "My dear girl, She opened a handbag. From it, she took a small square mirror. "Look there," she said. "Look at me, and then look at your own face." He saw then, saw what had been vaguely nagging at his mind. His sister, Pamela, who had died about 20 years ago. They had always been very alike, he and Pamela, a strong family resemblance. She had had a slightly masculine type of face. His face, perhaps, had been, certainly in early life, of a slightly effeminate type. They had both had the high-bridged nose, the tilt of eyebrows, the slightly sideways smile of the lips. Pamela had been tall, 5'8". He himself 5'10". He looked at the woman who had tendered him the mirror. "There is a facial likeness between us." "That's what you mean, isn't it? But my dear girl, it wouldn't deceive anyone who knew me or knew you. Of course it wouldn't. Don't you understand? It doesn't need to. I am traveling wearing slacks. You have been traveling with the hood of your cloak drawn up round your face. All I have to do is to cut off my hair, wrap it up in a twist of newspaper, throw it in one of the litter baskets here. Then I put on your burnous. I have your boarding card, ticket, and passport. Unless there is someone who knows you well on this plane, and I presume there is not, or they would have spoken to you already. Then I can safely travel as you, showing your passport when it's necessary, keeping the burnous and cloak drawn up so that my nose and eyes and mouth are about all that are seen. I can walk out safely when the plane reaches its destination, because no one will know I have traveled by it. Walk out safely and disappear into the crowds of the city of London. And what do? Asked Sir Stafford, with a slight smile. I can make a suggestion, if you have the nerve to face it. Suggest, he said. I always like to hear suggestions. You get up from here. You go away and buy a magazine or a newspaper or a gift at the gift counter. You leave your cloak hanging here on the seat. When you come back with whatever it is, you sit down somewhere else. Say at the end of that bench opposite here. There will be a glass in front of you. This glass still. In it, there will be something that will send you to sleep. Sleep in a quiet corner. What happens next? You will have been presumably the victim of a robbery, she said. Somebody will have added a few knockout drops to your drink and will have stolen your wallet from you. Something of that kind. You declare your identity. Say that your passport and things are stolen. You can easily establish your identity. You know who I am? My name. I mean, not yet, she said. I haven't seen your passport yet. I've no idea who you are. And yet, you say, I can establish my identity easily. I am a good judge of people. I know who is important or who isn't. You are an important person. And why should I do all this? Perhaps to save the life of a fellow human being. Isn't that rather a highly colored story? Oh yes, quite easily not believed. Do you believe it? He looked at her thoughtfully. You know what you're talking like, a beautiful spy in a thriller. Yes, perhaps, but I'm not beautiful. And you're not a spy. I might be so described. Perhaps. I have certain information. Information I want to preserve. You will have to take my word for it. It is information that would be valuable to your country. Don't you think you're being rather absurd? Yes, I do. If this was written down, it would look absurd. But so many absurd things are true, aren't they? He looked at her again. She was very like Pamela. Her voice, although foreign in intonation, was like Pamela's. What she proposed was ridiculous, absurd, quite impossible, and probably dangerous. Dangerous to him. Unfortunately, though, that was what attracted him. To have the nerve to suggest such a thing to him? What would come of it all? It would be interesting, certainly, to find out. What do I get out of it? He said. That's what I'd like to know. She looked at him consideringly. Diversion, she said. Something out of the everyday happenings. An antidote to boredom. Perhaps we've not got very long. It's up to you. And what happens to your passport? Do I have to buy myself a wig? If they sell such a thing, at the counter, do I have to impersonate a female? No, there's no question of exchanging places. You have been robbed and drugged, but you remain yourself. Make up your mind. There isn't long. Time is passing very quickly. I have to do my own transformation. You win, he said. One mustn't refuse the unusual, if it is offered to one. I hoped you might feel that way, but it was a toss-up. From his pocket, Stafford Nye took out his passport. He slipped it into the outer pocket of the cloak he had been wearing. He rose to his feet, yawned, looked round him, looked at his watch, and strolled over to the counter where various goods were displayed for sale. He did not even look back. He bought a paperback book and fingered some small woolly animals, a suitable gift for some child. Finally, he chose a panda. He looked round the lounge, came back to where he had been sitting. The cloak was gone, and so had the girl. A half glass of beer was on the table still. Here, he thought, is where I take the risk. He picked up the glass, moved away a little, and drank it. Not quickly, quite slowly. It tasted much the same as it had tasted before. Now I wonder, said Sir Stafford. Now I wonder. He walked across the lounge to a far corner. There was a somewhat noisy family sitting there, laughing and talking together. He sat down near them, yawned, let his head fall back on the edge of the cushion. A flight was announced, leaving for Tehran. A large number of passengers got up and went to queue by the requisite numbered gate. The lounge still remained half full. He opened his paperback book. He yawned again. He was really sleepy now. Yes, he was very sleepy. He must just think out where it was best for him to go off to sleep. Somewhere he could remain. Trans-European Airways announced the departure of their plane, Flight 309 for London. Quite a good sprinkling of passengers rose to their feet to obey the summons. By this time, though, more passengers had entered the transit lounge waiting for other planes. Announcements followed as to fog at Geneva and other disabilities of travel. A slim man of middle height, wearing a dark blue cloak with its red lining showing and with a hood drawn up over a close-cropped head, not noticeably more untidy than many of the heads of young men nowadays, walked across the floor to take his place in the queue for the plane, showing a boarding ticket. He passed out through the gate number 9. More announcements followed. Swiss Air flying to Zurich, BEA to Athens and Cyprus, and then a different type of announcement. Will Miss Daphne Theodophanis, passenger to Geneva, kindly come to the flight desk. Plane to Geneva is delayed owing to fog. Passengers will travel by way of Athens. The aeroplane is now ready to leave. Other announcements followed, dealing with passengers to Japan, to Egypt, to South Africa, airlines spanning the world. Mr. Sidney Cook, passenger to South Africa, was urged to come to the flight desk where there was a message for him. Daphne Theodophilus was called for again. This is the last call before the departure of Flight 309. In a corner of the lounge, a little girl was looking up at a man in a dark suit who was fast asleep, his head resting against the cushion of the red settee. In his hand, he held a small woolly panda. The little girl's hand stretched out towards the panda. Her mother said, "Now, Joan, don't touch that. The poor gentleman's asleep." "Where is he going?" "Perhaps he's going to Australia too," said her mother. "Like we are." "Has he got a little girl like me?" "I think he must have," said her mother. The little girl sighed and looked at the panda again. Sir Stafford Nye continued to sleep. He was dreaming that he was trying to shoot a leopard, a very dangerous animal. He was saying to the safari guide who was accompanying him, "A very dangerous animal. So, I have always heard. You can't trust a leopard." The dream switched at that moment, as dreams have a habit of doing, and he was having tea with his great-aunt Matilda, and trying to make her hear. She was deafer than ever. He had not heard any of the announcements except the first one for Miss Daphne Theodophilus. The little girl's mother said, "I've always wondered, about a passenger that's missing, nearly always. Whenever you go anywhere by air, you hear it, somebody they can't find. Somebody who hasn't heard the call or isn't on the plane or something like that. I always wonder who it is and what they're doing and why they haven't come. I suppose this Miss What's-a-name or whatever it is will just have missed her plane. What will they do with her then?" Nobody was able to answer her question because nobody had the proper information. Chapter 2. Sir Stafford Nye's flat was a very pleasant one. It looked out upon Green Park. He switched on the coffee percolator and went to see what the post had left him this morning. It did not appear to have left him anything very interesting. He sorted through the letters. A bill or two, a receipt and letters with rather uninteresting postmarks. He shuffled them together and placed them on the table where some mail was already lying, accumulating from the last 2 days. He'd have to get down to things soon. He supposed his secretary would be coming in some time or other this afternoon. He went back to the kitchen, poured coffee into a cup, and brought it to the table. He picked up the 2 or 3 letters that he had opened late last night when he arrived. One of them he referred to, and smiled a little as he read it. 11:30, he said. Quite a suitable time, I wonder now. I expect I'd better just think things over and get prepared for Chetwynd. Somebody pushed something through the letterbox. He went out into the hall and got the morning paper. There was very little news in the paper. A political crisis. An item of foreign news which might have been disquieting. But he didn't think it was. It was merely a journalist letting off steam and trying to make things rather more important than they were. Must give the people something to read. A girl had been strangled in the park. Girls were always being strangled. 1 a day, he thought callously. No child had been kidnapped or raped this morning. That was a nice surprise. He made himself a piece of toast, and drank his coffee. Later, he went out of the building, down into the street, and walked through the park in the direction of Whitehall. He was smiling to himself. Life, he felt, was rather good this morning. He began to think about Chetwynd. Chetwynd was a silly fool, if there ever was one. A good facade, important seeming, and a nicely suspicious mind. He'd rather enjoy talking to Chetwynd. He reached Whitehall a comfortable 7 minutes late. That was only due to his own importance compared with that of Chetwynd. He thought. He walked into the room. Chetwynd was sitting behind his desk and had a lot of papers on it, and a secretary there. He was looking properly important, as he always did when he could make it. "Hello, Nye," said Chetwynd, smiling all over his impressively handsome face. "Glad to be back. How was Malaya?" "Hot," said Stafford Nye. "Yes. Well, I suppose it always is." "You meant atmospherically, I suppose, not politically." "Oh, purely atmospherically," said Stafford Nye. He accepted a cigarette and sat down. "Get any results to speak of?" "Oh, hardly. Not what you'd call results. I've sent in my report. All a lot of talky as usual. How's Lazenby?" "Oh, a nuisance as he always is. He'll never change," said Chetwynd. "No, that would seem too much to hope for. I haven't served on anything with Bascom before. He can be quite fun when he likes." "Can he?" "I don't know him very well." "Yeah, I suppose he can." "Well, well, well. No other news?" "I suppose. No. Nothing. Nothing I think that would interest you. You didn't mention in your letter quite why you wanted to see me." "Oh, just to go over a few things. That's all. You know, in case you'd brought any special dope home with you. Anything we ought to be prepared for. You know, questions in the house. Anything like that." "Yes, of course." "Came home by air. Didn't you? Had a bit of trouble, I gather." Stafford Nye put on the face he had been determined to put on beforehand. It was slightly rueful, with a faint tinge of annoyance. "Oh, so you heard about that, did you?" he said. "Silly business." "Yes, yes, must have been." "Extraordinary," said Stafford Nye, "how things always get into the press. There was a paragraph in the stop press this morning. Mo, you'd rather they wouldn't have, I suppose. Well, makes me look a bit of an ass." "Doesn't it?" said Stafford Nye. "Got to admit it. At my age, too. What happened exactly? I wondered if the report in the paper had been exaggerating. Well, I suppose they made the most of it. That's all. You know what these journeys are. Damn boring. There was fog at Geneva, so they had to reroute the plane. Then there was 2 hours delay at Frankfurt." "Is that when it happened?" "Yes. One's bored stiff in these airports. Planes coming, planes going. Tannoy going full steam ahead. Flight 302 leaving for Hong Kong. Flight 109 going to Ireland. This, that, and the other. People getting up, people leaving, and you just sit there yawning." "What happened exactly?" said Chetwynd. "Well, I'd got a drink in front of me. Pilsner, as a matter of fact. Then I thought I'd got to get something else to read. I'd read everything I'd got with me. So I went over to the counter and bought some wretched paperback or other. Detective story, I think it was. And I bought a woolly animal for one of my nieces. Then I came back, finished my drink, opened my paperback, and then I went to sleep." "Yes, I see. You went to sleep. Well, a very natural thing to do. isn't it? I suppose they called my flight, but if they did, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it apparently for the best of reasons. I'm capable of going to sleep in an airport anytime, but I'm also capable of hearing an announcement that concerns me. This time I didn't. When I woke up, or came to, however you like to put it, I was having a bit of medical attention. Somebody apparently had dropped a Mickey Finn or something or other in my drink. Must have done it when I was away getting the paperback. Rather an extraordinary things to happen, wasn't it? Said Chetwynd. Well, it's never happened to me before, said Stafford Nye. I hope it never will again. It makes you feel an awful fool. You know, besides having a hangover, there was a doctor and some nurse creature, or something. Anyway, there was no great harm done, apparently. My wallet had been pinched with some money in it, and my passport. It was awkward, of course. Fortunately, I hadn't got much money. My traveler's checks were in an inner pocket. There always has to be a bit of red tape and all that if you lose your passport. Anyway, I had letters and things, and identification was not difficult, and in due course things were squared up, and I resumed my flight. Still, very annoying for you, said Chetwynd. A person of your status, I mean. His tone was disapproving. Yes, said Stafford Nye. It doesn't show me in a very good light. Does it, I mean? Not as bright as a fellow of Meyer's status ought to be. The idea seemed to amuse him. Does this often happen? Did you find out? I don't think it's a matter of general occurrence. It could be, I suppose, any person with a pickpocket trend could notice a fellow asleep and slip a hand into a pocket. And if he's accomplished in his profession, get hold of a wallet or a pocketbook or something like that and hope for some luck. Pretty awkward to lose a passport. Yes, I shall have to put in for another one now. Make a lot of explanations, I suppose. As I say, the whole thing's a damn silly business. And let's face it, Chetwynd, it doesn't show me in a very favorable light, does it? Oh, not your fault, my dear boy. Not your fault. It could happen to anybody at all. Very nice of you to say so, said Stafford Nye, smiling at him agreeably. Teach me a sharp lesson, won't it? You don't think anyone wanted your passport specially? I shouldn't think so, said Stafford Nye. Why should they want my passport? Unless it was a matter of someone who wished to annoy me, and that hardly seems likely. Or somebody who took a fancy to my passport photo, and that seems even less likely. Did you see anyone you knew at this, where did you say you were, Frankfurt? No, nobody at all. Talk to anyone. Not particularly. Said something to a nice fat woman who'd got a small child she was trying to amuse. Came from Wigan, I think. Going to Australia. Don't remember anybody else. You're sure? There was some woman or other who wanted to know what she did if she wanted to study archaeology in Egypt. Said I didn't know anything about that. I told her she'd better go and ask the British Museum. And I had a word or two with a man who I think was an anti-vivisectionist, very passionate about it. One always feels, said Chetwynd, that there might be something behind things like this. Things like what? Well, things like what happened to you. I don't see what can be behind this, said Sir Stafford. I dare say journalists could make up some story. They're so clever at that sort of thing. Still, it's a silly business. For goodness sake, let's forget it. I suppose now it's been mentioned in the press. All my friends will start asking me about it. How's old Leyland? What's he up to nowadays? I heard one or two things about him out there. Leyland always talks a bit too much. The two men talked amiable shop for 10 minutes or so. Then Sir Stafford got up and went out. I've got a lot of things to do this morning, he said. Presents to buy for my relations. The trouble is that if one goes to Malaya, all one's relations expect you to bring exotic presents to them. I'll go round to Liberty's. I think they have a nice stock of Eastern goods there. He went out cheerfully, nodding to a couple of men he knew in the corridor outside. After he had gone, Chetwynd spoke through the telephone to his secretary. Ask Colonel Monroe if he can come to me. Colonel Monroe came in, bringing another tall, middle-aged man with him. Don't know whether you know Horsham, he said. In security. Think I've met you, said Chetwynd. Nye's just left you. Hasn't he? Said Colonel Monroe. Anything in this story about Frankfurt? Anything. I mean, that we ought to take any notice of. Doesn't seem so, said Chetwynd. He's a bit put out about it. Thinks it makes him look a silly ass. Which it does, of course. The man called Horsham nodded his head. That's the way he takes it, is it? Well, he tried to put a good face upon it, said Chetwynd. All the same, you know, said Horsham. He's not really a silly ass, is he? Chetwynd shrugged his shoulders. These things happen, he said. I know, said Colonel Monroe. Yes, I know. All the same. Well, I've always felt in some ways that Nye is a bit unpredictable. That in some ways, you know, he mightn't be really sound in his views. The man called Horsham spoke. Nothing against him, he said. Nothing at all as far as we know. Oh, I didn't mean that at all, said Chetwynd. It's just, how shall I put it? He's not always very serious about things. Mr. Horsham had a mustache. He found it useful to have a mustache. It concealed moments when he found it difficult to avoid smiling. He's not a stupid man, said Monroe. Got brains, you know. You don't think that well. I mean, you don't think there could be anything at all doubtful about this? On his part, it doesn't seem so. You've been into it all, Horsham. Well, we haven't had very much time yet, but as far as it goes, it's all right. But his passport was used. Used in what way? It passed through Heathrow. You mean someone represented himself as Sir Stafford Nye? No, said Horsham. Not in so many words. We could hardly hope for that. It went through with other passports. There was no alarm out, you know. He hadn't even woken up, I gather. At that time, from the dope, or whatever it was he was given, he was still at Frankfurt. But someone could have stolen that passport and come on the plane and so got into England. Yes, said Monroe. That's the presumption. Either someone took a wallet which had money in it and a passport, or else someone wanted a passport and settled on Sir Stafford Nye as a convenient person to take it from. A drink was waiting on a table. Put a pinch in that. Wait till the man went off to sleep. Take the passport and chance it. But after all, they look at a passport. Must have seen it wasn't the right man, said Chetwynd. Well, there must have been a certain resemblance. Certainly, said Horsham. But it isn't as though there was any notice of his being missing, any special attention drawn to that particular passport in any way. A large crowd comes through on a plane that's overdue. A man looks reasonably like the photograph in his passport. That's all. Brief glance handed back. Pass it on. Anyway, what they're looking for usually is the foreigners that are coming in, not the British lot. Dark hair, dark blue eyes, clean shaven, 5'10" or whatever it is. That's about all you want to see. Not on a list of undesirable aliens or anything like that. I know. Still, you'd say if anybody wanted merely to pinch a wallet or some money or that, they wouldn't use the passport, would they? Too much risk. Yes, said Horsham. Yes. That is the interesting part of it. Of course, he said. We're making investigations, asking a few questions here and there. And what's your own opinion? I wouldn't like to say yet, said Horsham. It takes a little time, you know. One can't hurry things. They're all the same, said Colonel Munro. When Horsham had left the room, they never will tell you anything. Those damned security people. If they think they're on the trail of anything, they won't admit it. Well, that's natural, said Chetwynd, because they might be wrong. It seemed a typically political view. Horsham's a pretty good man, said Munro. They think very highly of him at headquarters. He's not likely to be wrong. Chapter 3. Sir Stafford Nye returned to his flat. A large woman bounced out of the small kitchen with welcoming words. See, you got back all right, sir. Those nasty planes. You never know, do you? Quite true. Mrs. Worrett, said Sir Stafford Nye. 2 hours late. The plane was same as cars, aren't they? Said Mrs. Worrett. I mean, you never know, do you? What's going to go wrong with them? Only it's more worrying, so to speak. Being up in the air, isn't it? Can't just draw up to the curb. Not the same way. Can you, I mean? There you are. I wouldn't go buy one myself. Not if it was ever so, she went on. I've ordered in a few things. I hope that's all right. Eggs, butter, coffee, tea. She ran off the words with the loquacity of a Near Eastern guide showing a pharaoh's palace. There, said Mrs. Worrett, pausing to take breath. Think that's all, as you're likely to want? I've ordered the French mustard. Not Dijon, is it? They always try and give you Dijon. I don't know who he was, but it's Esther Dragon, the one you liked, isn't it? Quite right, said Sir Stafford. You're a wonder. Mrs. Worrett looked pleased. She retired into the kitchen again. As Sir Stafford Nye put his hand on his bedroom door handle, preparatory to going into the bedroom. All right, to give your clothes to the gentleman. What called for them? I suppose, sir. You hadn't said or left word or anything like that. What clothes? Said Sir Stafford Nye. Pausing. 2 suits. It was, the gentleman said, as called for them. Twiss and Bonywork it was. Think that's the same name as called before. We'd had a bit of a dispute with the White Swan Laundry, if I remember rightly. 2 suits, said Sir Stafford Nye. Which suits? Well, there was the one you traveled home in, sir. I made out that would be one of them. I wasn't quite so sure about the other, but there was the blue pinstripe that you didn't leave no orders about when you went away. It could do with cleaning, and there was a repair wanted doing to the right-hand cuff. But I didn't like to take it on myself while you were away. I never likes to do that, said Mrs. Worrett, with an air of palpable virtue. So the chap, whoever he was, took those suits away. I hope I didn't do wrong, sir. Mrs. Worrett became worried. I don't mind the blue pinstripe. I dare say It's all for the best. The suit I came home in, well, it's a bit thin. That suit, sir, for this time of year, you know, sir, all right for those parts, as you've been in where it's hot. And it could do with a clean, he said, as you'd rung up about them. That's what the gentleman said is called for them. Did he go into my room and pick them out himself? Yes, sir. I thought that was best. Very interesting, said Sir Stafford. Yes, very interesting. He went into his bedroom and looked around it. It was neat and tidy. The bed was made. The hand of Mrs. Worrett was apparent. His electric razor was on charge. The things on the dressing table were neatly arranged. He went to the wardrobe and looked inside. He looked in the drawers of the tall boy that stood against the wall near the window. It was all quite tidy. It was tidier, indeed, than it should have been. He had done a little unpacking last night, and what little he had done had been of a cursory nature. He had thrown underclothing and various odds and ends in the appropriate drawer, but he had not arranged them neatly. He would have done that himself either today or tomorrow. He would not have expected Mrs. Worrett to do it for him. He expected her merely to keep things as she found them. Then, when he came back from abroad, there would be a time for rearrangements and readjustments because of climate and other matters. So someone had looked round here. Someone had taken out drawers, looked through them quickly, hurriedly, had replaced things, partly because of his hurry, more tidily and neatly than he should have done. A quick, careful job, and he had gone away with 2 suits and a plausible explanation. One suit obviously worn by Sir Stafford when traveling, and a suit of thin material, which might have been one taken abroad and brought home. So why? Because, said Sir Stafford thoughtfully, to himself. Because somebody was looking for something, but what? And who? And also perhaps why? Yes, it was interesting. He sat down in a chair and thought about it. Presently, his eyes strayed to the table by the bed on which sat, rather pertly, a small, furry panda. It started a train of thought. He went to the telephone and rang a number. That you? Aunt Matilda, he said. Stafford here. Ah, my dear boy, so you're back. I'm so glad. I read in the paper they'd got cholera in Malaya yesterday. At least I think it was Malaya. I always get so mixed up with those places. I hope you're coming to see me soon. Don't pretend you're busy. You can't be busy all the time. One really only accepts that sort of thing from tycoons. People in industry, you know, in the middle of mergers and takeovers. I never know what it all really means. It used to mean doing your work properly, but now it means things all tied up with atom bombs and factories and concrete, said Aunt Matilda, rather wildly. And those terrible computers that get all one's figures wrong, to say nothing of making them the wrong shape. Really, they have made life so difficult for us nowadays. You wouldn't believe the things they've done to my bank account. And to my postal address, too. Well, I suppose I've lived too long. Don't you believe it? All right, if I come down next week. Come down tomorrow if you like. I've got the vicar coming to dinner, but I can easily put him off. Oh, look here. No need to do that. Yes, there is. Every need. He's a most irritating man, and he wants a new organ, too. This one does quite well as it is. I mean, the trouble is with the organist. Really. Not the organ. An absolutely abominable musician. The vicar's sorry for him, because he lost his mother, whom he was very fond of. But really, being fond of your mother doesn't make you play the organ any better, does it? I mean, one has to look at things as they are. Quite right. It will have to be next week. I've got a few things to see to. How's Sybil? Dear child. Very naughty, but such fun. I brought her home a woolly panda, said Sir Stafford Nye. Well, that was very nice of you, dear. I hope she'll like it, said Sir Stafford, catching the panda's eye and feeling slightly nervous. Well, at any rate, she's got very good manners, said Aunt Matilda, which seemed a somewhat doubtful answer, the meaning of which Sir Stafford did not quite appreciate. Aunt Matilda suggested likely trains for next week, with the warning that they very often did not run, or changed their plans, and also commanded that he should bring her down a camembert cheese and half a Stilton. Impossible to get anything down here now. Our own grocer, such a nice man, so thoughtful and such good taste in what we all liked, turned suddenly into a supermarket. 6 times the size, all rebuilt. Baskets and wire trays to carry round and try to fill up with things you don't want, and mothers always losing their babies, and crying and having hysterics. Most exhausting. Well, I'll be expecting you. Dear boy, she rang off. The telephone rang again at once. Hello, Stafford. Eric Pugh here. Heard you were back from Malaya. What about dining tonight? Like to very much. Good. Limpets Club 8:15. Mrs. Worrett panted into the room as Sir Stafford replaced the receiver. A gentleman downstairs wanting to see you. Sir? She said. At least, I suppose he's that. Anyway, he said he was sure you wouldn't mind. What's his name? Horsham. Sir. Like the place on the way to Brighton. Horsham. Sir Stafford Nye was a little surprised. He went out of his bedroom, down a half-flight of stairs that led to the big sitting room on the lower floor. Mrs. Worrett had made no mistake. Horsham it was, looking as he had looked half an hour ago. Stalwart, trustworthy, cleft chin, rubicund cheeks, bushy gray mustache, and a general air of imperturbability. Hope you don't mind, he said agreeably, rising to his feet. Hope I don't mind what? Said Sir Stafford Nye. Seeing me again so soon. We met in the passage outside Mr. Gordon Chetwynd's door. If you remember? No objections at all, said Sir Stafford Nye. He pushed a cigarette box along the table. Sit down. Something forgotten. Something left unsaid. Very nice man, Mr. Chetwynd, said Horsham. We've got him quietened down, I think. He and Colonel Munro, they're a bit upset about it all. You know, about you. Really? Sir Stafford Nye sat down too. He smiled, he smoked, and he looked thoughtfully at Henry Horsham. And where do we go from here, he asked. I was just wondering if I might ask, without undue curiosity, where you're going from here. Delighted to tell you, said Sir Stafford Nye. I'm going to stay with an aunt of mine, Lady Matilda Cleckheaton. I'll give you the address if you like. I know it, said Henry Horsham. Well, I expect that's a very good idea. She'll be glad to see you've come home safely, all right. Might have been a near thing. Mightn't it? Is that what Colonel Munro thinks? And Mr. Chetwynd? Well, you know what it is, sir, said Horsham. You know well enough. They're always in a state. Gentlemen in that department. They're not sure whether they trust you or not. Trust me, said Sir Stafford Nye in an offended voice. What do you mean by that? Mr. Horsham? Mr. Horsham was not taken aback. He merely grinned. You see, he said, you've got a reputation for not taking things seriously. Oh, I thought you meant I was a fellow traveler or a convert to the wrong side. Something of that kind. Oh, no. Sir, they just don't think you're serious. They think you like having a bit of a joke now and again. One cannot go entirely through life taking oneself and other people seriously, said Sir Stafford Nye, disapprovingly. No, but you took a pretty good risk. As I've said before, didn't you? I wonder if I know in the least what you are talking about. I'll tell you. Things go wrong, sir. Sometimes. And they don't always go wrong because people have made them go wrong. What you might call the Almighty takes a hand. Or the other gentleman, the one with the tail. I mean, Sir Stafford Nye was slightly diverted. Are you referring to fog at Geneva? He said. Exactly, sir. There was fog at Geneva, and that upset people's plans. Somebody was in a nasty hole. Tell me all about it, said Sir Stafford Nye. I really would like to know. Well, a passenger was missing when that plane of yours left Frankfurt yesterday. You'd drunk your beer, and you were sitting in a corner, snoring nicely and comfortably by yourself. One passenger didn't report, and they called her, and they called her again. In the end, presumably, the plane left without her. Ah, and what had happened to her? It would be interesting to know. In any case, your passport arrived at Heathrow, even if you didn't. And where is it now? Am I supposed to have got it? No, I don't think so. That would be rather too quick work. Good, reliable stuff. That dope. Just right. If I may say so. It put you out, and it didn't produce any particularly bad effects. It gave me a very nasty hangover, said Sir Stafford. Ah, well, you can't avoid that. Not in the circumstances. What would have happened? Sir Stafford asked, since you seem to know all about everything. If I had refused to accept the proposition that may, I will only say, may have been put up to me, it's quite possible that it would have been curtains for Mary Ann. Mary Ann? Who's Mary Ann? Miss Daphne Theodophilus. That's the name I do seem to have heard, being summoned as a missing traveler. Yes, that's the name she was traveling under. We call her Mary Ann. Who is she, just as a matter of interest? In her own line, she's more or less the tops. And what is her line? Is she ours or is she theirs? If you know who theirs is, I must say, I find a little difficulty myself when making my mind up about that. Yes, it's not so easy. Is it? What with the Chinese and the Ruskies and the rather queer crowd that's behind all the student troubles and the new mafia and the rather odd lot in South America and the nice little nest of financiers who seem to have got something funny up their sleeves. Yes, it's not easy to say. Mary Ann, said Sir Stafford Nye thoughtfully. It seems a curious name to have for her, if her real one is Daphne Theodophilus. Well, her mother's Greek, her father was an Englishman, and her grandfather was an Austrian subject. What would have happened if I hadn't made her a loan of a certain garment? She might have been killed. Come. Not really. We're worried about the airport at Heathrow. Things have happened there lately. Things that need a bit of explaining. If the plane had gone via Geneva as planned, it would have been all right. She'd have had full protection all arranged. But this other way, there wouldn't have been time to arrange anything. And you don't know who's who always, nowadays. Everyone's playing a double game, or a treble, or a quadruple one. You alarm me, said Sir Stafford Nye. But she's all right, is she? Is that what you're telling me? I hope she's all right. We haven't heard anything to the contrary. If it's any help to you, said Sir Stafford Nye, somebody called here this morning while I was out talking to my little pals in Whitehall. He represented that I telephoned a firm of cleaners, and he removed the suit that I wore yesterday, and also another suit. Of course, it may have been merely that he took a fancy to the other suit. Or he may have made a practice of collecting various gentlemen's suitings who have recently returned from abroad. Or, well, perhaps you've got an or to add. He might have been looking for something. Yes, I think he was. Somebody's been looking for something. All very nice and tidily arranged again. Not the way I left it. All right. He was looking for something. What was he looking for? I'm not sure myself, said Horsham, slowly. I wish I was. There's something going on somewhere. There are bits of it sticking out, you know, like a badly done-up parcel. You get a peep here and a peep there. One moment you think it's going on at the Bayreuth Festival, and the next minute you think it's tucking out of a South American estancia, and then you get a bit of a lead in the USA. There's a lot of nasty business going on in different places, working up to something. Maybe politics. Maybe something quite different from politics. It's probably money. He added, You know Mr. Robinson, don't you? Or rather, Mr. Robinson knows you. I think he said, Robinson? Sir Stafford Nye considered. Robinson? Nice English name. He looked across to Horsham. Large, yellow face, he said. Fat finger in financial pies generally, he asked. Is he too? On the side of the angels? Is that what you're telling me? I don't know about angels, said Henry Horsham. He's pulled us out of a hole in this country more than once. People like Mr. Chetwynd don't go for him much. Think he's too expensive. I suppose. Inclined to be a mean man. Mr. Chetwynd, a great one for making enemies in the wrong place. One used to say, poor but honest, said Sir Stafford Nye thoughtfully. I take it that you would put it differently. You would describe our Mr. Robinson as expensive but honest. Or shall we put it honest but expensive? He sighed. I wish you could tell me what all this is about. He said plaintively, Here I seem to be mixed up in something and no idea what it is. He looked at Henry Horsham hopefully, but Horsham shook his head. None of us knows. Not exactly, he said. What am I supposed to have got hidden here that someone comes fiddling and looking for? Frankly, I haven't the least idea. Sir Stafford, well, that's a pity, because I haven't either. As far as you know, you haven't got anything. Nobody gave you anything to keep, to take anywhere, to look after. Nothing whatsoever. If you mean Mary Ann. She said she wanted her life saved, that's all. And unless there's a paragraph in the evening papers, you have saved her life. It seems rather the end of the chapter, doesn't it? A pity. My curiosity is rising. I find I want to know very much what's going to happen next. All you people seem very pessimistic. Frankly, we are. Things are going badly in this country. Can you wonder? I know what you mean. I sometimes wonder myself. Chapter 4. Do you mind if I tell you something? Old man, said Eric Pugh. Sir Stafford Nye looked at him. He had known Eric Pugh for a good many years. They had not been close friends. Old Eric, or so Sir Stafford thought, was rather a boring friend. He was, on the other hand, faithful, and he was the type of man who, though not amusing, had a knack of knowing things. People said things to him, and he remembered what they said and stored them up. Sometimes he could push out a useful bit of information. "Come back from that Malay conference, haven't you?" "Yes," said Sir Stafford. "Anything particular turn up there?" "Just the usual," said Sir Stafford. "Oh, I wondered if something had, well, you know what I mean. Anything had occurred to put the cat among the pigeons." "What?" "At the conference number, you're just painfully predictable. Everyone said just what you thought they'd say, only they said it unfortunately at rather greater length than you could have imagined possible. I don't know why I go on these things." Eric Pugh made a rather tedious remark or two as to what the Chinese were really up to. "I don't think they're really up to anything," said Sir Stafford. "All the usual rumors, you know, about the diseases poor old Mao has got, and who's intriguing against him, and why. And what about the Arab-Israeli business? That's proceeding according to plan also. Their plan. That is to say, and anyway, what's that got to do with Malaya?" "Well, I didn't really mean so much Malaya. You're looking rather like the mock turtle," said Sir Stafford Nye. "Soup of the evening. Beautiful soup. Wherefore this gloom?" "Well, I just wondered if you'll forgive me. Won't you? I mean, you haven't done anything to blot your copybook, have you, in any way?" "Me?" said Sir Stafford, looking highly surprised. "Well, you know what you're like. Staff, you like giving people a jolt sometimes, don't you?" "I have behaved impeccably of late," said Sir Stafford. "What have you been hearing about me?" "I hear there was some trouble about something that happened in a plane on your way home." "Oh, who did you hear that from?" "Well, you know, I saw old Cardison, terrible old bore, always imagining things that haven't happened. Yes, I know. I know he is like that. But he was just saying that somebody or other Winterton at least seemed to think you'd been up to something." "Up to something I wish I had," said Sir Stafford Nye. "There's some espionage racket going on somewhere, and he got a bit worried about certain people." "What do they think I am? Another Philby?" "Something of that kind. You know, you're very unwise sometimes in the things you say, the things you make jokes about." "It's very hard to resist sometimes," his friend told him. "All these politicians and diplomats and the rest of them, they're so bloody solemn. You'd like to give them a bit of a stir-up now and again. Your sense of fun is very distorted, my boy. It really is. I worry about you sometimes." They wanted to ask you some questions about something that happened on the flight back, and they seemed to think that you didn't. Well, that perhaps you didn't exactly speak the truth about it all. Ah, that's what they think. Is it interesting? I think I must work that up a bit. Now, don't do anything rash. I must have my moments of fun sometimes. Look here, old fellow, you don't want to go and ruin your career just by indulging your sense of humor. I am quickly coming to the conclusion that there is nothing so boring as having a career. I know, I know. You are always inclined to take that point of view, and you haven't got on as far as you ought to have. You know, you were in the running for Vienna at one time. I don't like to see you muck up things. I am behaving with the utmost sobriety and virtue, I assure you," said Sir Stafford Nye. He added, "Cheer up, Eric. You're a good friend. But really, I'm not guilty of fun and games." Eric shook his head doubtfully. It was a fine evening. Sir Stafford walked home across Green Park. As he crossed the road in Birdcage Walk, a car leaping down the street missed him by a few inches. Sir Stafford was an athletic man. His leap took him safely onto the pavement. The car disappeared down the street. He wondered, just for a moment, he could have sworn that that car had deliberately tried to run him down. An interesting thought. First, his flat had been searched, and now he himself might have been marked down. Probably a mere coincidence. And yet, in the course of his life, some of which had been spent in wild neighborhoods and places, Sir Stafford Nye had come in contact with danger. He knew, as it were, the touch and feel and smell of danger. He felt it now. Someone, somewhere was gunning for him. But why? For what reason? As far as he knew, he had not stuck his neck out in any way. He wondered. He let himself into his flat and picked up the mail that lay on the floor inside. Nothing much. A couple of bills and copy of Lifeboat periodical. He threw the bills onto his desk and put a finger through the wrapper of Lifeboat. It was a cause to which he occasionally contributed. He turned the pages without much attention, because he was still absorbed in what he was thinking. Then he stopped the action of his fingers abruptly. Something was taped between two of the pages, taped with adhesive tape. He looked at it closely. It was his passport returned to him unexpectedly in this fashion. He tore it free and looked at it. The last stamp on it was the arrival stamp at Heathrow the day before. She had used his passport, getting back here safely, and had chosen this way to return it to him. Where was she now? He would like to know. He wondered if he would ever see her again. Who was she? Where had she gone, and why? It was like waiting for the second act of a play. Indeed, he felt the first act had hardly been played yet. What had he seen? An old-fashioned curtain raiser? Perhaps. A girl who had ridiculously wanted to dress herself up and pass herself off as of the male sex, who had passed the passport control of Heathrow without attracting suspicion of any kind to herself, and who had now disappeared through that gateway into London. No, he would probably never see her again. It annoyed him. But why? He thought, why do I want to? She wasn't particularly attractive. She wasn't anything. No, that wasn't quite true. She was something, or someone, or she could not have induced him, with no particular persuasion, with no overt sex stimulation, nothing except a plain demand for help, to do what she wanted. A demand from one human being to another human being, because, or so she had intimated, not precisely in words, but nevertheless, it was what she had intimated. She knew people, and she recognized in him a man who was willing to take a risk to help another human being. And he had taken a risk too, thought Sir Stafford Nye. She could have put anything in that beer glass of his. He could have been found, if she had so willed it, found as a dead body in a seat tucked away in the corner of a departure lounge in an airport. And if she had, as no doubt she must have had, a knowledgeable recourse to drugs, his death might have been passed off as an attack of heart trouble due to altitude or difficult pressurizing something or other like that. Oh well, why think about it? He wasn't likely to see her again, and he was annoyed. Yes, he was annoyed, and he didn't like being annoyed. He considered the matter for some minutes. Then he wrote out an advertisement, to be repeated 3 times. Passenger to Frankfurt, November 3rd. Please communicate with fellow traveler to London. No more than that. Either she would or she wouldn't. If it ever came to her eyes, she would know by whom that advertisement had been inserted. She had had his passport. She knew his name. She could look him up. He might hear from her. He might not. Probably not. If not, the curtain raiser would remain a curtain raiser, a silly little play that received latecomers to the theater and diverted them until the real business of the evening began. Very useful in pre-war times, in all probability. Though he would not hear from her again, and one of the reasons might be that she might have accomplished whatever it was she had come to do in London, and have now left the country once more, flying abroad to Geneva, or the Middle East, or to Russia, or to China, or to South America, or to the United States. And why, thought Sir Stafford, do I include South America? There must be a reason. She had not mentioned South America. Nobody had mentioned South America, except Horsham. That was true. And even Horsham had only mentioned South America among a lot of other mentions. On the following morning, as he walked slowly homeward, after handing in his advertisement, along the pathway across St. James's Park, his eye picked out, half unseeing, the autumn flowers, the chrysanthemums looking by now stiff and leggy with their button tops of gold and bronze. Their smell came to him faintly, a rather goat-like smell, he had always thought, a smell that reminded him of hillsides in Greece. He must remember to keep his eye on the personal column. Not yet. 2 or 3 days, at least, would have to pass before his own advertisement was put in, and before there had been time for anyone to put in one in answer. He must not miss it, if there was an answer, because, after all, it was irritating not to know, not to have any idea what all this was about. He tried to recall not the girl at the airport, but his sister Pamela's face. A long time since her death. He remembered her. Of course, he remembered her. But he could not picture her face. It irritated him not to be able to do so. He had paused, just when he was about to cross one of the roads. There was no traffic except for a car jigging slowly along with the solemn demeanor of a bored dowager. An elderly car, he thought. An old-fashioned Daimler limousine. He shook his shoulders. Why stand here in this idiotic way, lost in thought? He took an abrupt step to cross the road, and suddenly, with surprising vigor, the dowager limousine, as he had thought of it in his mind, accelerated with a sudden, astonishing speed. It bore down on him with such swiftness that he only just had time to leap across onto the opposite pavement. It disappeared with a flash, turning round the curve of the road further on. I wonder, said Sir Stafford to himself. Now I wonder, could it be that there is someone that doesn't like me, someone following me, perhaps watching me take my way home, waiting for an opportunity? Colonel Pikeaway, his bulk sprawled out in his chair in the small room in Bloomsbury, where he sat from 10 to 5, with a short interval for lunch, was surrounded as usual by an atmosphere of thick cigar smoke, with his eyes closed. Only an occasional blink showed that he was awake and not asleep. He seldom raised his head. Somebody had said that he looked like a cross between an ancient Buddha and a large blue frog, with perhaps, as some impudent youngster had added, just a touch of a bar sinister from a hippopotamus in his ancestry. The gentle buzz of the intercom on his desk roused him. He blinked 3 times and opened his eyes. He stretched forth a rather weary-looking hand and picked up the receiver. "Well," he said. His secretary's voice spoke. "The minister is here waiting to see you." "Is he now?" said Colonel Pikeway. "And what minister is that?" "The Baptist minister from the church round the corner." "Oh, no. Colonel Pikeway, it's Sir George Packham." "Pity," said Colonel Pikeway, breathing asthmatically. "Great pity. The Reverend McGill is far more amusing. There's a splendid touch of hellfire about him. Shall I bring him in, Colonel Pikeway?" "I suppose he will expect to be brought in at once. Under-secretaries are far more touchy than secretaries of state," said Colonel Pikeway gloomily. "All these ministers insist on coming in and having kittens all over the place." Sir George Packham was shown in. He coughed and wheezed. Most people did. The windows of the small room were tightly closed. Colonel Pikeway reclined in his chair, completely smothered in cigar ash. The atmosphere was almost unbearable, and the room was known in official circles as the Small Cat House. "Ah, my dear fellow," said Sir George, speaking briskly and cheerfully in a way that did not match his ascetic and sad appearance. "Quite a long time since we've met, I think." Sit down, dope," said Pikeway. "Have a cigar." Sir George shuddered slightly. "No, thank you," he said. "No, thanks very much." He looked hard at the windows. Colonel Pikeway did not take the hint. Sir George cleared his throat and coughed again before saying, "I believe Horsham has been to see you." "Yes, Horsham's been and said his piece," said Colonel Pikeway, slowly allowing his eyes to close again. "I thought it was the best way. I mean that he should call upon you here. It's most important that things shouldn't get round anywhere." "Ah," said Colonel Pikeway. "But they will, won't they?" "I beg your pardon?" "They will," said Colonel Pikeway. "I don't know how much you are know about this last business." "We know everything here," said Colonel Pikeway. "That's what we're for." Oh, yes. Yes, certainly." "About Sir S. You know who I mean. Recently a passenger from Frankfurt," said Colonel Pikeway. "Most extraordinary business. Most extraordinary. One wonders. One really does not know. One can't begin to imagine." Colonel Pikeway listened kindly. "What is one to think?" pursued Sir George. "Do you know him personally?" "I've come across him once or twice," said Colonel Pikeway. "One really cannot help wondering." Colonel Pikeway subdued a yawn with some difficulty. He was rather tired of Sir George's thinking, wondering, and imagining. He had a poor opinion anyway of Sir George's process of thought. A cautious man, a man who could be relied upon to run his department in a cautious manner, not a man of scintillating intellect. Perhaps, thought Colonel Pikeway. All the better for that. At any rate, those who think and wonder and are not quite sure are reasonably safe in the place where God and the electors have put them. "One cannot quite forget," continued Sir George, "the disillusionment we have suffered in the past." Colonel Pikeway smiled kindly. "Charleston, Conway, and Courtfold," he said, "fully trusted, vetted, and approved of. All beginning with C, all crooked as sin. Sometimes I wonder if we can trust anyone," said Sir George unhappily. "That's easy," said Colonel Pikeway. "You can't. Now, take Stafford Nye," said Sir George. "Good family, excellent family, Knew his father, his grandfather. Often a slip-up in the third generation, said Colonel Pikeaway. The remark did not help Sir George. I cannot help doubting, I mean. Sometimes he doesn't really seem serious. Took my two nieces to see the chateaux of the Loire when I was a young man, said Colonel Pikeaway unexpectedly. Man fishing on the bank. I had my fishing rod with me, too. He said to me, Vous n'êtes pas un pêcheur sérieux. Vous avez des femmes avec vous. You mean you think, Sir Stafford? No, no. Never been mixed up with women much. Irony's his trouble. Likes surprising people. He can't help liking to score off people. Well, that's not very satisfactory, is it? Why not? Said Colonel Pikeaway. Liking a private joke is much better than having some deal with a defector. If one could feel that he was really sound, what would you say? Your personal opinion? Sound as a bell, said Colonel Pikeaway. If a bell is sound, it makes a sound. But that's different, isn't it? He smiled kindly. Shouldn't worry, if I were you, he said. Sir Stafford Nye pushed aside his cup of coffee. He picked up the newspaper, glancing over the headlines. Then he turned it carefully to the page which gave personal advertisements. He'd looked down that particular column for 7 days now. It was disappointing, but not surprising. Why on earth should he expect to find an answer? His eye went slowly down. Miscellaneous peculiarities, which had always made that particular page rather fascinating in his eyes. They were not so strictly personal. Half of them, or even more than half, were disguised advertisements or offers of things for sale or wanted for sale. They should perhaps have been put under a different heading, but they had found their way here, considering that they were more likely to catch the eye that way. They included one or two of the hopeful variety. Young man who objects to hard work and who would like an easy life would be glad to undertake a job that would suit him. Girl wants to travel to Cambodia. Refuses to look after children. Firearm used at Waterloo. What offers? Glorious fun fur coat. Must be sold immediately. Owner going abroad. Do you know Jenny Capstan? Her cakes are superb. Come to 14 Lizard Street, SW3. For a moment, Stafford Nye's finger came to a stop. Jenny Capstan. He liked the name. Was there any Lizard Street? He supposed so. He had never heard of it. With a sigh, the finger went down the column and almost at once was arrested once more. Passenger from Frankfurt, Thursday, November 11, Hungerford Bridge, 7:20. Thursday, November 11th. That was today. Sir Stafford Nye leaned back in his chair and drank more coffee. He was excited, stimulated. Hungerford Bridge. He got up and went into the kitchenette. Mrs. Worrett was cutting potatoes into strips and throwing them into a large bowl of water. She looked up with some slight surprise. Anything you want, sir? Yes, said Sir Stafford Nye. If anyone said Hungerford Bridge to you, where would you go? Where should I go? Mrs. Worrett considered. You mean if I wanted to go, do you? We can proceed on that assumption. Well, then, I suppose I'd go to Hungerford Bridge, wouldn't I? You mean you would go to Hungerford in Berkshire? Where is that? Said Mrs. Worrett. 8 miles beyond Newbury. I've heard of Newbury. My old man backed a horse there last year. Did well, too. So you'd go to Hungerford near Newbury? No, of course I wouldn't, said Mrs. Worrett. Go all that way. What for? I'd go to Hungerford Bridge, of course. You mean, Well, it's near Charing Cross. You know where it is, over the Thames. Yes, said Sir Stafford Nye. Yes, I do know where it is quite well. Thank you. Mrs. Worrett. It had been, he felt, rather like tossing a penny heads or tails. An advertisement in a morning paper in London meant Hungerford Railway Bridge in London. Presumably, therefore, that is what the advertiser meant. Although about this particular advertiser, Sir Stafford Nye was not at all sure. Her ideas, from the brief experience he had had of her, were original ideas. They were not the normal responses to be expected. But still, what else could one do? Besides, there were probably other Hungerfords, and possibly they would also have bridges in various parts of England. But today, well, today he would see. It was a cold, windy evening with occasional bursts of thin, misty rain. Sir Stafford Nye turned up the collar of his mackintosh and plodded on. It was not the first time he had gone across Hungerford Bridge, but it had never seemed to him a walk to take for pleasure. Beneath him was the river, and crossing the bridge were large quantities of hurrying figures like himself, their mackintoshes pulled round them, their hats pulled down, and on the part of one and all of them an earnest desire to get home and out of the wind and rain as soon as possible. It would be, thought Sir Stafford Nye, very difficult to recognize anybody in this scurrying crowd. 7:20. Not a good moment to choose for a rendezvous of any kind. Perhaps it was Hungerford Bridge in Berkshire. Anyway, it seemed very odd. He plodded on. He kept an even pace, not overtaking those ahead of him, pushing past those coming the opposite way. He went fast enough not to be overtaken by the others behind him, though it would be possible for them to do so if they wanted to. A joke, perhaps, thought Stafford Nye. Not quite his kind of joke, but someone else's. And yet, not her brand of humor either, he would have thought. Hurrying figures passed him again, pushing him slightly aside. A woman in a mackintosh was coming along, walking heavily. She collided with him, slipped, dropped to her knees. He assisted her up. All right. Yes, thanks. She hurried on, but as she passed him, her wet hand, by which he had held her as he pulled her to her feet, slipped something into the palm of his hand, closing the fingers over it. Then she was gone, vanishing behind him, mingling with the crowd. Stafford Nye went on. He couldn't overtake her. She did not wish to be overtaken either. He hurried on, and his hand held something firmly, and so, at long last it seemed, he came to the end of the bridge on the Surrey side. A few minutes later, he had turned into a small cafe and sat there behind a table, ordering coffee. Then he looked at what was in his hand. It was a very thin oilskin envelope. Inside it was a cheap quality white envelope. That too he opened. What was inside surprised him. It was a ticket for the festival hall for the following evening. Chapter 5. Sir Stafford Nye adjusted himself more comfortably in his seat and listened to the persistent hammering of the Nibelungen, with which the program began. Though he enjoyed Wagnerian opera, Siegfried was by no means his favorite of the operas composing the Ring. Rheingold and Götterdämmerung were his two preferences, the music of the young Siegfried, listening to the songs of the birds, had always for some strange reason irritated him instead of filling him with melodic satisfaction. It might have been because he went to a performance in Munich in his young days, which had displayed a magnificent tenor of unfortunately over-magnificent proportions, and he had been too young to divorce the joy of music from the visual joy of seeing a young Siegfried that looked even passably young. The fact of an outsized tenor rolling about on the ground in an access of boyishness had revolted him. He was also not particularly fond of birds and forest murmurs. No. Give him the Rhine maidens every time. Although in Munich, even the Rhine maidens in those days had been of fairly solid proportions, but that mattered less. Carried away by the melodic flow of water and the joyous impersonal song, he had not allowed visual appreciation to matter. From time to time, he looked about him casually. He had taken his seat fairly early. It was a full house, as it usually was. The intermission came. Sir Stafford rose and looked about him. The seat beside his had remained empty. Someone who was supposed to have arrived had not arrived. Was that the answer? Or was it merely a case of being excluded because someone had arrived late, which practice still held on the occasions when Wagnerian music was listened to? He went out, strolled about, drank a cup of coffee, smoked a cigarette, and returned when the summons came. This time, as he drew near, he saw that the seat next to his was filled. Immediately, his excitement returned. He regained his seat and sat down. Yes, it was the woman of the Frankfurt air lounge. She did not look at him. She was looking straight ahead. Her face and profile was as clean-cut and pure as he remembered it. Her head turned slightly, and her eyes passed over him, but without recognition. So intent was that non-recognition that it was as good as a word spoken. This was a meeting that was not to be acknowledged. Not now. At any event. The lights began to dim. The woman beside him turned. "Excuse me, could I look at your program? I have dropped mine. I'm afraid." Coming to my seat. "Of course," he said. He handed over the program, and she took it from him. She opened it, studied the items. The lights went lower. The second half of the program began. It started with the overture to Lohengrin. At the end of it, she handed back the program to him with a few words of thanks. "Thank you so much. It was very kind of you." The next item was the Siegfried Forest Murmur music. He consulted the program she had returned to him. It was then that he noticed something faintly penciled at the foot of a page. He did not attempt to read it now. Indeed, the light would have not been sufficient. He merely closed the program and held it. He had not, he was quite sure, written anything there himself. Not, that is, in his own program. She had, he thought, had her own program ready, folded perhaps in her handbag, and had already written some message ready to pass to him. Altogether, it seemed to him there was still that atmosphere of secrecy, of danger. The meeting on Hungerford Bridge and the envelope with the ticket forced into his hand. And now, the silent woman who sat beside him. He glanced at her once or twice with the quick, careless glance that one gives to a stranger sitting next to one. She lolled back in her seat. Her high-necked dress was of dull black crepe. An antique torque of gold encircled her neck. Her dark hair was cropped closely and shaped to her head. She did not glance at him or return any look. He wondered, was there someone in the seats of the festival hall watching her or watching him, noting whether they looked or spoke to each other? Presumably there must be, or there must be at least the possibility of such a thing. She had answered his appeal in the newspaper advertisement. Let that be enough for him. His curiosity was unimpaired, but he did at least know now that Daphne Theodophilus alias Marianne was here in London. There were possibilities in the future of his learning more of what was afoot, but the plan of campaign must be left to her. He must follow her lead, as he had obeyed her in the airport. So he would obey her now and let him admit it. Life had become suddenly more interesting. This was better than the boring conferences of his political life. Had a car really tried to run him down the other night? He thought it had 2 attempts, not only one. It was easy enough to imagine that one was the target of assault. People drove so recklessly nowadays that you could easily fancy malice aforethought when it was not so. He folded his program, did not look at it again. The music came to its end. The woman next to him spoke. She did not turn her head or appear to speak to him, but she spoke aloud, with a little sigh between the words, as though she was communing with herself, or possibly to her neighbor on the other side. The young Siegfried, she said, and sighed again. The program ended with the march from Die Meistersinger. After enthusiastic applause, people began to leave their seats. He waited to see if she would give him any lead, but she did not. She gathered up her wrap, moved out of the row of chairs, and with a slightly accelerated step, moved along with other people and disappeared in the crowd. Stafford Nye regained his car and drove home. Arrived there, he spread out the festival hall program on his desk and examined it carefully. After putting the coffee to percolate, the program was disappointing to say the least of it. There did not appear to be any message inside. Only on one page above the list of the items were the pencil marks that he had vaguely observed. But they were not words or letters or even figures. They appeared to be merely a musical notation. It was as though someone had scribbled a phrase of music with a somewhat inadequate pencil. For a moment, it occurred to Stafford Nye there might perhaps be a secret message he could bring out by applying heat, rather gingerly, and in a way rather ashamed of his melodramatic fancy. He held it towards the bar of the electric fire, but nothing resulted. With a sigh, he tossed the program back onto the table, but he felt justifiably annoyed. All this rigmarole, a rendezvous on a windy and rainy bridge overlooking the river, sitting through a concert by the side of a woman of whom he yearned to ask at least a dozen questions, and at the end of it, nothing no further on. Still, she had met him. But why if she didn't want to speak to him, to make further arrangements with him? Why had she come at all? His eyes passed idly across the room to his bookcase, which he reserved for various thrillers, works of detective fiction, and an occasional volume of science fiction. He shook his head. Fiction, he thought, was infinitely superior to real life. Dead bodies, mysterious telephone calls, beautiful foreign spies in profusion. However, this particular elusive lady might not have done with him yet. Next time, he thought, he would make some arrangements of his own. Two could play at the game that she was playing. He pushed aside the program and drank another cup of coffee and went to the window. He had the program still in his hand. As he looked out towards the street below, his eyes fell back again on the open program in his hand, and he hummed to himself, almost unconsciously. He had a good ear for music, and he could hum the notes that were scrawled there quite easily. Vaguely, they sounded familiar as he hummed them. He increased his voice a little. What was it now? Tum, 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 tee, tum, tum. Yes, definitely familiar. He started opening his letters. They were mostly uninteresting. A couple of invitations, one from the American Embassy, one from Lady Athelhampton, a charity variety performance which royalty would attend and for which it was suggested 5 guineas would not be an exorbitant fee to obtain a seat. He threw them aside lightly. He doubted very much whether he wished to accept any of them. He decided that instead of remaining in London, he would without more ado go and see his Aunt Matilda, as he had promised. He was fond of his Aunt Matilda, though he did not visit her very often. She lived in a rehabilitated apartment consisting of a series of rooms in one wing of a large Georgian manor house in the country, which she had inherited from his grandfather. She had a large, beautifully proportioned sitting room, a small, oval dining room, a new kitchen made from the old housekeeper's room, 2 bedrooms for guests, a large, comfortable bedroom for herself with an adjoining bathroom, and adequate quarters for a patient companion who shared her daily life. The remains of a faithful domestic staff were well provided for and housed. The rest of the house remained under dust sheets with periodical cleaning. Stafford Nye was fond of the place, having spent holidays there as a boy. It had been a gay house then. His eldest uncle had lived there with his wife and their 2 children. Yes, it had been pleasant there then. There had been money and a sufficient staff to run it. He had not specially noticed in those days the portraits and pictures. There had been large-sized examples of Victorian art occupying pride of place, overcrowding the walls, but there had been other masters of an older age. Yes, there had been some good portraits there. A Raeburn, 2 Lawrences, a Gainsborough, a Lely, 2 rather dubious Van Dycks, a couple of Turners, 2. Some of them had had to be sold to provide the family with money. He still enjoyed, when visiting there, strolling about and studying the family pictures. His Aunt Matilda was a great chatterbox, but she always enjoyed his visits. He was fond of her in a desultory way, but he was not quite sure why it was that he had suddenly wanted to visit her now, and what it was that had brought family portraits into his mind. Could it have been because there was a portrait of his sister Pamela by one of the leading artists of the day 20 years ago? He would like to see that portrait of Pamela and look at it more closely, see how close the resemblance had been between the stranger who had disrupted his life in this really outrageous fashion and his sister. He picked up the festival hall program again with some irritation and began to hum the penciled notes. Tum, tum, ti tum. Then it came to him, and he knew what it was. It was the Siegfried motif. Siegfried's horn, the young Siegfried motif. That was what the woman had said last night. Not apparently to him, not apparently to anybody, but it had been the message. A message that would have meant nothing to anyone around, since it would have seemed to refer to the music that had just been played. And the motif had been written on his program also, in musical terms. The young Siegfried. It must have meant something. Well, perhaps further enlightenment would come. The young Siegfried. What the hell did that mean? Why and how and when and what ridiculous? all those questioning words, he rang the telephone and obtained Aunt Matilda's number. But of course, Staffy, dear. It will be lovely to have you. Take the 4:30 train. It still runs, you know, but it gets here an hour and a half later. And it leaves Paddington later 5:15. That's what they mean by improving the railways, I suppose. Stops at several most absurd stations on the way. All right, Horace will meet you at King's Marston. He's still there then. Of course he's still there. I suppose he is, said Sir Stafford Nye. Horace, once a groom, then a coachman, had survived as a chauffeur, and apparently was still surviving. He must be at least 80, said Sir Stafford. He smiled to himself. Chapter 6. You look very nice and brown, dear, said Aunt Matilda, surveying him appreciatively. That's Malaya, I suppose, if it was Malaya you went to. Or was it Siam or Thailand? They changed the names of all these places, and really, it makes it very difficult. Anyway, it wasn't Vietnam, was it? You know, I don't like the sound of Vietnam at all. It's all very confusing. North Vietnam, and South Vietnam, and the Viet Cong, and the Viet whatever the other thing is, and all wanting to fight each other, and nobody wanting to stop. They won't go to Paris or wherever it is and sit round tables and talk sensibly. Don't you think, really? Dear, I've been thinking it over, and I thought it would be a very nice solution. Couldn't you make a lot of football fields, and then they could all go and fight each other there, but with less lethal weapons? Not that nasty palm-burning stuff. You know, just hit each other and punch each other and all that. They'd enjoy it. Everyone would enjoy it, and you could charge admission for people to go and see them do it. I do think, really, that we don't understand giving people the things they really want. I think it's a very fine idea of yours. Aunt Matilda, said Sir Stafford Nye, as he kissed a pleasantly perfumed, pale pink wrinkled cheek. And how are you, my dear? Well, I'm old, said Lady Matilda Cleckheaton. Yes, I'm old. Of course you don't know what it is to be old. If it isn't one thing, it's another. Rheumatism, or arthritis, or a nasty bit of asthma, or a sore throat, or an ankle you've turned. Always something. You know, nothing very important, but there it is. Why have you come to see me? Dear. Sir Stafford was slightly taken aback by the directness of the query. I usually come and see you when I return from a trip abroad. You'll have to come one chair nearer, said Aunt Matilda. I'm just that bit deafer since you saw me last. You look different. Why do you look different? Because I'm more sunburnt. You said so. Nonsense. That's not what I mean at all. Don't tell me it's a girl at last. A girl. Well, I've always felt it might be one someday. The trouble is, you've got too much sense of humor. Now, why should you think that? Well, it's what people do think about you. Oh, yes, they do. Your sense of humor is in the way of your career, too. You know, you're all mixed up with all these people. Diplomatic and political, what they call younger statesmen and elder statesmen, and middle statesmen, too, and all those different parties. Really, I think it's too silly to have too many parties. First of all, those awful, awful labor people. She raised her conservative nose into the air. Why, when I was a girl, there wasn't such a thing as a labor party. Nobody would have known what you meant by it. They'd have said nonsense. Pity it wasn't nonsense, too. And then there's the liberals, of course. But they're terribly wet. And then there are the Tories, or the Conservatives as they call themselves again now. And what's the matter with them? Asked Stafford Nye, smiling slightly. Too many earnest women. Makes them lack gaiety. You know. Oh well, no political party goes in for gaiety much nowadays. Just so, said Aunt Matilda. And then, of course, that's where you go wrong. You want to cheer things up. You want to have a little gaiety, and so you make a little gentle fun at people. And of course, they don't like it. They say, ce n'est pas un garçon sérieux. Like that man in the fishing. Sir Stafford Nye laughed. His eyes were wandering round the room. What are you looking at? Said Lady Matilda. Your pictures. You don't want me to sell them, do you? Everyone seems to be selling their pictures nowadays. Old Lord Grampian. You know. He sold his Turners, and he sold some of his ancestors as well. And Geoffrey Gouldman. All those lovely horses of his. By Stubbs. Weren't they? Something like that. Really. The prices one gets. But I don't want to sell my pictures. I like them. Most of them in this room have a real interest, because they're ancestors. I know nobody wants ancestors nowadays, but then I'm old-fashioned. I like ancestors. My own ancestors. I mean, what are you looking at, Pamela? Yes, I was thinking about her the other day. Astonishing how alike you two are. I mean, it's not even as though you were twins. Though they say that different sex twins, even if they are twins, can't be identical, if you know what I mean. So Shakespeare must have made rather a mistake over Viola and Sebastian. Well, ordinary brothers and sisters can be alike, can't they? You and Pamela were always very alike to look at. I mean, not in any other way. Don't you think we were alike in character? No, not in the least. That's the funny part of it. But of course, you and Pamela have what I call the family face. Not a Nye face. I mean the Baldwin white face. Sir Stafford Nye had never quite been able to compete when it came down to talking on a question of genealogy with his great-aunt. I've always thought that you and Pamela both took after Alexa. She went on. Which was Alexa? Your great-great, I think one more great-grandmother. Hungarian, a Hungarian countess, or baroness or something. Your great-great-grandfather fell in love with her when he was at Vienna in the embassy. Yes, Hungarian. That's what she was. Very sporting, too. They are sporting. You know, Hungarians. She rode to hounds, rode magnificently. Is she in the picture gallery? She's on the first landing, just over the head of the stairs, a little to the right. I must go and look at her when I go to bed. Why don't you go and look at her now, and then you can come back and talk about her? I will if you like. He smiled at her. He ran out of the room and up the staircase. Yes, she had a sharp eye. Old Matilda, that was the face. That was the face that he had seen and remembered. Remembered not for its likeness to himself, not even for its likeness to Pamela, but for a closer resemblance still to this picture here. A handsome girl brought home by his ambassador great-great-great-grandfather. If that was enough, greats, Aunt Matilda was never satisfied with only a few. About 20 she had been. She had come here and been high-spirited and rode a horse magnificently and danced divinely, and men had fallen in love with her. But she had been faithful, so it was always said, to great-great-great-grandfather, a very steady and sober member of the diplomatic service. She had gone with him to foreign embassies and returned here, and had had children, 3 or 4 children. He believed, through one of those children, the inheritance of her face, her nose, the turn of her neck had been passed down to him and to his sister, Pamela. He wondered if the young woman who had doped his beer and forced him to lend her his cloak, and who had depicted herself as being in danger of death unless he did what she asked, had been possibly related as a fifth or sixth cousin removed, a descendant of the woman pictured on the wall at which he looked. Well, it could be. They had been of the same nationality, perhaps. Anyway, their faces had resembled each other a good deal. How upright she'd sat at the opera. How straight that profile. The thin, slightly arched aquiline nose. And the atmosphere that hung about her. "Find it?" asked Lady Matilda, when her nephew returned to the white drawing-room, as her sitting-room was usually called. "Interesting face, isn't it?" "Yes, quite handsome, too." "It's much better to be interesting than handsome. But you haven't been in Hungary or Austria, have you? You wouldn't meet anyone like her out in Malaya. She wouldn't be sitting around a table there making little notes or correcting speeches or things like that. She was a wild creature, by all accounts. Lovely manners and all the rest of it. But wild, wild as a wild bird. She didn't know what danger was." "How do you know so much about her?" "Oh, I agree I wasn't a contemporary of hers. I wasn't born until several years after she was dead. All the same, I've always been interested in her. She was adventurous, you know. Very adventurous. Very queer stories were told about her, about things she was mixed up in." "And how did my great-great-great-grandfather react to that?" "I expect it worried him to death," said Lady Matilda. "They say he was devoted to her. Though, by the way, Staffy, did you ever read The Prisoner of Zenda?" "Prisoner of Zenda? Sounds very familiar." "Well, of course it's familiar. It's a book." Yes, yes, I realize it's a book. You wouldn't know about it, I expect, after your time. But when I was a girl, that's about the first taste of romance we got. Not pop singers or Beatles, just a romantic novel. We weren't allowed to read novels when I was young. Not in the morning, anyway. You could read them in the afternoon. "What extraordinary rules," said Sir Stafford. "Why is it wrong to read novels in the morning and not in the afternoon?" "Well, in the mornings, you see, girls were supposed to be doing something useful. You know, doing the flowers or cleaning the silver photograph frames. All the things we girls did, doing a bit of studying with the governess, all that sort of thing. In the afternoon, we were allowed to sit down and read a storybook. And The Prisoner of Zenda was usually one of the first ones that came our way. A very nice, respectable story. Was it? I seem to remember something about it. Perhaps I did read it. All very pure, I suppose. Not too sexy. Certainly not. We didn't have sexy books. We had romance. The Prisoner of Zenda was very romantic. One fell in love, usually, with the hero, Rudolph Rassendyll. I seem to remember that name too. Bit florid, isn't it? Well, I still think it was rather a romantic name. 12 years old. I must have been. It made me think of it. You know, you're going up and looking at that portrait. Princess Flavia. She added. Stafford Nye was smiling at her. You look young and pink and very sentimental, he said. Well, that's just what I'm feeling. Girls can't feel like that nowadays. They're swooning with love, or they're fainting when somebody plays the guitar or sings in a very loud voice, but they're not sentimental. But I wasn't in love with Rudolph Rassendyll. I was in love with the other one, his double. Did he have a double? Oh, yes, a king. The king of Ruritania. Ah, of course. Now I know. That's where the word Ruritania comes from. One is always throwing it about. Yes, I think I did read it, The king of Ruritania. And Rudolf Rassendyll was stand-in for the king and fell in love with Princess Flavia, to whom the king was officially betrothed. Lady Matilda gave some more deep sighs. Yes, Rudolf Rassendyll had inherited his red hair from an ancestress. And somewhere in the book, he bows to the portrait and says something about I can't remember the name now, the Countess Amelia, or something like that, from whom he inherited his looks and all the rest of it. So I looked at you and thought of you as Rudolf Rassendyll, and you went out and looked at a picture of someone who might have been an ancestress of yours and saw whether she reminded you of someone. So, you're mixed up in a romance of some kind. Are you? What on earth makes you say that? Well, there aren't so many patterns in life. One recognizes patterns as they come up. It's like a book on knitting. About 65 different fancy stitches. Well, you know a particular stitch when you see it. Your stitch, at the moment, I should say, is the romantic adventure. She sighed. But you won't tell me about it. I suppose. There's nothing to tell, said Sir Stafford. You always were quite an accomplished liar. Well, never mind. You bring her to see me sometime. That's all I'd like. Before the doctors succeed in killing me with yet another type of antibiotic that they've just discovered. The different colored pills I've had to take by this time. You wouldn't believe it. I don't know why you say she and her, don't you? Oh, well, I know a she when I come across a she. There's a she somewhere dodging about in your life. What beats me is how you found her. In Malaya. At the conference table, ambassador's daughter or minister's daughter, good-looking secretary from the embassy pool. No, none of it seems to fit. Ship coming home, no. You don't use ships nowadays. Plane, perhaps. You are getting slightly nearer, Sir Stafford Nye could not help saying. Ah, she pounced. Air hostess. He shook his head. Ah, well, keep your secret. I shall find out. Mind you, I've always had a good nose for things going on where you're concerned. Things generally as well. Of course, I'm out of everything nowadays, but I meet my old cronies from time to time, and it's quite easy. To get a hint or two from them. People are worried. Everywhere they're worried. You mean there's a general kind of discontent upset? No, I didn't mean that at all. I mean the high-ups are worried. Our awful governments are worried. The dear old sleepy Foreign Office is worried. There are things going on, things that shouldn't be. Unrest. Student unrest. Oh, student unrest is just one flower on the tree. It's blossoming everywhere and in every country. Or so it seems. I've got a nice girl who comes, and reads the papers to me in the mornings. I can't read them properly myself. She's got a nice voice, takes down my letters, and she reads things from the papers, and she's a good, kind girl. She reads the things I want to know, not the things that she thinks are right for me to know. Yes, everyone's worried, as far as I can make out, and this, mind you, came more or less from a very old friend of mine, one of your old military cronies. He's a major general, if that's what you mean. Retired a good many years ago, but still in the know. Youth is what you might call the spearhead of it all. But that's not really what's so worrying. They, whoever they are, work through youth. Youth in every country. Youth urged on. Youth chanting slogans. Slogans that sound exciting, though they don't always know what they mean. So easy to start a revolution. That's natural to youth. All youth has always rebelled. You rebel. You pull down. You want the world to be different from what it is. But you're blind, too. There are bandages over the eyes of youth. They can't see where things are taking them. What's going to come next? What's in front of them? And who it is behind them? Urging them on. That's what's frightening about it. You know, someone holding out the carrot to get the donkey to come along, and at the same time, there is someone behind the donkey urging it on with a stick. You've got some extraordinary fancies. They're not only fancies, my dear boy. That's what people said about Hitler. Hitler and the Hitler Youth. But it was a long, careful preparation. It was a war that was worked out in detail. It was a fifth column being planted in different countries, all ready for the Supermen. The Supermen were to be the flower of the German nation. That's what they thought and believed in passionately. Somebody else is perhaps believing something like that now. It's a creed that they'll be willing to accept if it's offered cleverly enough. Who are you talking about? Do you mean the Chinese or the Russians? What do you mean? I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea. But there's something somewhere. And it's running on the same lines. Pattern again. You see? Pattern. The Russians bogged down by communism. I should think they're considered old-fashioned. The Chinese, I think they've lost their way. Too much Chairman Mao, perhaps. I don't know who these people are who are doing the planning. As I said before, it's why and where and when and who. Very interesting. It's so frightening. The same idea that always recurs. History repeating itself. The young hero. The golden Superman that all must follow. She paused, then said, same idea. You know, the young Siegfried, Chapter 7. Great Aunt Matilda looked at him. She had a very sharp and shrewd eye. Stafford Nye had noticed that before. He noticed it particularly at this moment. So, you've heard that term before, she said. I see. What does it mean? You don't know. She raised her eyebrows. Cross my heart and wish to die, said Sir Stafford. In nursery language? Yes, we always used to say that, didn't we? Said Lady Matilda. Do you really mean what you're saying? I don't know anything about it. But you'd heard the term before. Yes, someone said it to me. Anyone important? It could be. I suppose it could be. What do you mean by anyone important? Well, you've been involved in various government missions lately, haven't you? You've represented this poor, miserable country as best you could, which I shouldn't wonder wasn't rather better than many others could do. Sitting round a table and talking. I don't know whether anything's come of all that. Probably not, said Stafford Nye. After all, one isn't optimistic when one goes into these things. One does one's best, said Lady Matilda correctively, a very Christian principle. Nowadays, if one does one's worst, one often seems to get on a good deal better. What does all this mean? Aunt Matilda. I don't suppose I know, said his aunt. Well, you very often do know things. Not exactly. I just pick up things here and there. Yes, I've got a few old friends left, friends who are in the know. Of course, most of them are either practically stone deaf or half blind or a little bit gone in the top story or unable to walk straight. But something still functions. Something, shall we say, up here. She hit the top of her neatly arranged white head. There's a good deal of alarm and despondency about more than usual. That's one of the things I've picked up. Isn't there always? Yes, yes. But this is a bit more than that. Active instead of passive, as you might say, for a long time. As I have noticed from the outside. And you, no doubt, from the inside, we have felt that things are in a mess, a rather bad mess. But now we've got to a point where we feel that perhaps something might have been done about the mess. There's an element of danger in it. Something is going on. Something is brewing. Not just in one country, in quite a lot of countries. They've recruited a service of their own, and the danger about that is that it's a service of young people, and the kind of people who will go anywhere, do anything, unfortunately believe anything. And so long as they are promised a certain amount of pulling down, wrecking, throwing spanners in the works, then they think the cause must be a good one and that the world will be a different place. They're not creative. That's the trouble, only destructive. The creative young write poems, write books, probably compose music, paint pictures, just as they always have done. They'll be all right. But once people learn to love destruction for its own sake, evil leadership gets its chance. You say they or them. Who do you mean? Wish I knew, said Lady Matilda. Yes, I wish I knew. Very much indeed. If I hear anything useful, I'll tell you. Then you can do something about it. Unfortunately, I haven't got anyone to tell. I mean, to pass it on to. Yes, don't pass it on to just anyone. You can't trust people. Don't pass it on to any one of those idiots in the government, or connected with government, or hoping to be participating in government after this lot runs out. Politicians don't have time to look at the world they're living in. They see the country they're living in, and they see it as one vast electoral platform. That's quite enough to put on their plates for the time being. They do things which they honestly believe will make things better, and then they're surprised when they don't make things better, because they're not the things that people want to have. And one can't help coming to the conclusion that politicians have a feeling that they have a kind of divine right to tell lies in a good cause. It's not really so very long ago since Mr. Baldwin made his famous remark, "If I had spoken the truth, I should have lost the election." Prime ministers still feel like that. Now and again, we have a great man, thank God, but it's rare. Well, what do you suggest ought to be done? Are you asking my advice? Mine. Do you know how old I am? Getting on for 90, suggested her nephew. Not quite as old as that, said Lady Matilda, slightly affronted. Do I look it, my dear boy? No, darling. You look a nice, comfortable 66. That's better, said Lady Matilda. Quite untrue, but better. If I get a tip of any kind from one of my dear old admirals, or an old general, or even possibly an air marshal, they do hear things. You know, they've got cronies still, and the old boys get together and talk, and so it gets around. There's always been the grapevine, and there still is a grapevine, no matter how elderly the people are. The young Siegfried, We want a clue to just what that means. I don't know if he's a person, or a password, or the name of a club, or a new messiah, or a pop singer, but that term covers something. There's the musical motif, too. I've rather forgotten my Wagnerian days. Her aged voice croaked out a partially recognizable melody. Siegfried's horn call, isn't that it? Get a recorder? Why don't you... Do I mean a recorder? I don't mean a record that you put on a gramophone. I mean the things that school children play. They have classes for them. Went to a talk the other day. Our vicar got it up. Quite interesting. You know, tracing the history of the recorder and the kind of recorders there were from the Elizabethan age onwards. Some big, some small, all different notes and sounds. Very interesting. Interesting hearing in two senses. The recorders themselves. Some of them give out lovely noises. And the history, yes, well, what was I saying? You told me to get one of these instruments. I gather. Yes. Get a recorder and learn to blow Siegfried's horn call on that. You're musical. You always were. You can manage that. I hope. Well, it seems a very small part to play in the salvation of the world, but I dare say I could manage that and have the thing ready, because, you see, she tapped on the table with her spectacle case. You might want it to impress the wrong people sometime. Might come in useful. They'd welcome you with open arms, and then you might learn a bit. You certainly have ideas, said Sir Stafford admiringly. What else can you have when you're my age? Said his great-aunt. You can't get about. You can't meddle with people much. You can't do any gardening. All you can do is sit in your chair and have ideas. Remember that when you're 40 years older. One remark you made interested me. Only one, said Lady Matilda. That's rather poor measure considering how much I've been talking. What was it? You suggested that I might be capable of impressing the wrong people with my recorder. Did you mean that? Well, it's one way, isn't it? The right people don't matter, but the wrong people well. You've got to find out things, haven't you? You've got to permeate things, rather like a death watch beetle, she said thoughtfully. So I should make significant noises in the night. Well, that sort of thing. Yes. We had death watch beetle in the East Wing here once. Very expensive it was, to put it right. I dare say it will be just as expensive to put the world right. In fact, a good deal more expensive, said Stafford Nye. That won't matter, said Lady Matilda. People never mind spending a great deal of money. It impresses them. It's when you want to do things economically. They won't play. We're the same people. You know, in this country. I mean, we're the same people we always were. What do you mean by that? We're capable of doing big things. We were good at running an empire. We weren't good at keeping an empire running. But then you see, we didn't need an empire anymore. And we recognized that. Too difficult to keep up. Robbie made me see that, she added. Robbie... It was faintly familiar. Robbie Shoreham. Robert Shoreham? He's a very old friend of mine. Paralyzed down the left side. But he can talk still, and he's got a moderately good hearing aid. Besides being one of the most famous physicists in the world, said Stafford Nye. So he's another of your old cronies. Is he? Known him since he was a boy, said Lady Matilda. I suppose it surprises you that we should be friends, have a lot in common, and enjoy talking together. Well, I shouldn't have thought that we had much to talk about. It's true, I could never do mathematics. Fortunately, when I was a girl, one didn't even try. Mathematics came easily to Robbie when he was about 4 years old. I believe they say nowadays that that's quite natural. He's got plenty to talk about. He liked me always because I was frivolous and made him laugh. And I'm a good listener, too. And really, he says some very interesting things sometimes. So I suppose, said Stafford Nye dryly. Now don't be superior. Molière married his housemaid, didn't he? And made a great success of it. If it is Molière, I mean. If a man's frantic with brains, he doesn't really want a woman who's also frantic with brains to talk to. It would be exhausting. He'd much prefer a lovely nitwit who can make him laugh. I wasn't bad looking when I was young, said Lady Matilda complacently. I know I have no academic distinctions. I'm not in the least intellectual. But Robert has always said that I've got a great deal of common sense, of intelligence. You're a lovely person, said Sir Stafford Nye. I enjoy coming to see you, and I shall go away remembering all the things you've said to me. There are a good many more things, I expect, that you could tell me, but you're obviously not going to. Not until the right moment comes, said Lady Matilda, but I've got your interests at heart. Let me know what you're doing from time to time. You're dining at the American Embassy, aren't you, next week? How did you know that I've been asked? And you've accepted, I understand. Well, it's all in the course of duty. He looked at her curiously. How do you manage to be so well informed? Oh, Millie told me. Millie Jean Courtman, the American ambassador's wife, a most attractive creature, you know, small and rather perfect looking. Oh, you mean Mildred Courtman. She was christened Mildred, but she preferred Millie Jean. I was talking to her on the telephone about some charity matinee or other. She's what we used to call a pocket Venus. A most attractive term to use, said Stafford Nye. Chapter 8. The Second Door. Frankfurt was covered in fog. The bare trees trembled under the yellow light, like gaunt witnesses to a story that no one wanted to tell. Sir Stafford Nye stood leaning on the third-floor balcony of the Adlerhof Hotel, his hand clasping a glass of brandy, his eyes following the movements of Renata below. She was talking to a man in a long leather coat, who did not turn around. The man bowed and disappeared into the darkness as if he had never existed. Nye was no longer the calm diplomat he had been. From the moment he had allowed her to borrow his identity at the airport, a seemingly innocuous gesture, things had spiraled out of control. A part of him had been bent that night, and now, here, it was folding into an unrecognizable shape. Renata knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knocked. Come in, he said softly, his voice hoarse, his hand still holding the glass. She stepped inside, a cold wind following her. The yellow light from the desk lamp made her face look like it was painted with shadow and fire. Her eyes were dark and metallic. She took off her gloves, placed a bundle of documents on the table, and turned to look at him. You still don't understand. Do you understand? What Nye replied, his lips curling. That I was working for someone, or that I could be killed for trusting a woman in a red coat at the airport. She didn't smile. She sat down, unbuttoned her coat, revealing a layer of black silk inside, like an ink stain spreading across the snow. Stafford, she said, using his name as quietly as wind whispering over broken glass. I didn't come here to kill you. I came to remind you who you used to be. He laughed, A cracked laugh. Don't talk to me about spiritual nonsense. I'm a diplomat, a whiskey lover, politician hater, and a big believer in no fate. Renata did not respond. She opened the bundle. The photos were neatly arranged, accompanied by typewritten documents in German, French, and English. One of the photos made him freeze. It was an old photo fuzzy, taken in low light, but there was no mistaking it. A young man, standing among a group of men in the woods, his hand raised in a fascist salute, his face, or at least a younger, sharper, more dangerous version of him. He snatched the photo. What the hell? Black Europa, she said. They don't just choose young people who are fascinated by symbols. They choose those who have the power to change the world or burn it down. And you think I was one of them? Don't think, no. I have a witness statement, someone who was a recruiting agent for the Kronos project. Your name is on the prototype list. Nye felt a wave of nausea rise. He sat down. Memories of his time at the academy in Vienna came flooding back, secret debates, half philosophical, half heretical societies. A certain night, wine and drugs, and a strange ritual he thought was a joke. He looked at Renata. If so, why don't I remember anything? Because you were deconstructed, a mild form of brainwashing. Then you were released, living like a normal person, until they needed to call you back. And they called. She didn't answer, but her eyes confirmed it. So I'm a pawn awaiting orders. Not only that, you can be a queen if you choose the right side. Nye closed his eyes, his hands tightening on the photograph. An echo broke through his mind, singing. Marching boots, headlights, and smoke. A feeling strange and familiar power. And whose side are you on? He asked, opening his eyes to look straight at her. Renata stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. Outside, a black car was parked silently, its headlights still on. I stand with the real, the wrong, the hurt. I don't believe in utopia. I believe in choice. Nye stood. Night had begun to swallow the city. He knew that from this moment on, every step led into a maze with no exit, but there was no turning back. Then tell me, he said. What's the next step? Renata turned back. Her lips twitched, not in a smile, but as if challenging the darkness itself. We're going to Vienna, she said. Where the last time? The real Stafford Nye disappeared. Chapter 9. Fire in the Snow. Vienna greeted them with a sky like a morning shroud draped across the ancient rooftops. Snowflakes were falling heavily, but the city did not seem warm. It was cold in the way memories do, where every street corner could be a trap, and every shadow a stalker. Nye sat in the back seat of the rental car, his eyes glued to the steaming windows. Renata sat next to him, silent. She wore a black coat, a high hood, leather gloves, the look of someone who wanted nothing to show but her eyes. Eyes that reflected not the snow, but something deeper, darker. Do you remember anything? She asked, not looking at him. Fragments. Laughter. The smell of burning tobacco. A room lined with red velvet. A blonde woman. And hands raised in unison. We're close, she said, her voice like a knife cutting through the silence. That house is behind the Karlsgasse Theater. Down in the basement is where they do the programming rituals. Maybe you were one of the chosen ones. Chosen, Nye repeated. That's what they use for pawns. Let the pawns fight back. They stopped. The street was empty, as if drained of life. A closed cafe, a dusty bookstore. The buildings were like sealed boxes, waiting to reveal something that should not be seen. Renata led the way. She crossed the narrow alley, turned left, and stopped in front of a black metal door. There was a headless horse carved into the door, a designation Nye couldn't quite place, but his heart pounded at the sight. No need to pick the lock, she said, and held out a small bronze key. I used to work here, under another name. The door opened. There was no sound. The smell of damp and metal rose like old vomit. They went down the stone stairs, and below, into the cellar. The yellow lights flickered on. The space was empty. The walls were covered in old velvet. A wooden podium in the middle. There were unfamiliar portraits on the walls. People in masks. People with iron laurels. And one image that made Nye step back himself. Younger, eyes blazing, standing before the podium. Hands raised as if in oath. You were the soul of the group, Renata said, stepping toward the photo. They called you der Katalysator, the catalyst. They believed you would be the center of the fourth generation, an orator who could light a fire in the minds of Europe's children. And then I disappeared? No. You betrayed them. You ruined a major ritual. After that, not sure. Maybe someone cleansed you. Nye touched the wooden wall of the pulpit. There was a knife mark carving a name faint. But still, there, Saint. What are we here for? He asked. To poke the snake's nest. Renata pulled back the rug at the side, revealing a narrow passageway leading to a smaller room. Inside were old control panels, audio equipment, and microphones mounted on metal tubes. But what made Nye freeze was the old tape recorder. Still running. On the table was a new tape. Renata inserted it. The echo rang out. The catalysator will return when the world needs to burn again. The name Nye is a shell. The true soul is a memory. We only need a fire to awaken. That voice, it was his voice. He stepped back. His head was spinning. Is this true? Renata nodded. The person who is currently coordinating the group is the one who was behind you. He now controls the new kid, an iconic figure, painted with media techniques and neo-fascist political theories. And he wants me back. No, he's afraid of you. Because you're a bug in the system. Nye smiled bitterly. A loser could scare him. Renata stepped closer. Because you believed, and then you refused. The refusal of those who once burned is something they can never control. Outside, an engine roared. A car had just pulled up. Headlights shone through the hatch. Footsteps echoed down the cellar. Renata pulled out a small gun hidden under her coat. They are here. Nye turned to look at the photo of himself from before. Another person, a hibernating beast in the human class. Bhanagisha. He stepped out of the tunnel, his eyes accustomed to the darkness, his heart accustomed to lies. Then let me meet them, he said, and see who else I am. Chapter 10. The Unnamed Secret Society. 3 men appeared first. Gray coats, silent shoes, empty gazes. There was a terrifying refinement about them, not like hired assassins, nor like traditional spies. They were like shadows in flesh, trained to survive in the cracks of the world. Renata raised her gun. One more step, and I shoot. They didn't stop, but they didn't draw their guns either. No need for blood, said a man standing in the middle, his accent mixed with French and German. We just came to invite the torchbearer back. Nye stepped forward to Renata. His voice was hoarse, but not trembling. If my fire ever burned, it is now ash, and the ash has acid. The middleman tilted his head. You talk as if you never dreamed, but we have records of all the times you dreamed and convinced yourself they were dreams. Dreams are what we control. Consciousness is what we mock. Renata spoke, cold as steel. You came here because you were afraid he would remember. The other laughed. No, girl. We came to wake you up. Then he opened his jacket. A small metal plate was attached to his chest. Round, black, wireless. Renata cursed under her breath. That thing is a signal generator. Nye grimaced, clutching his head. A screeching sound not through his ears, but inside his skull. A frequency designed for locked memories. He found himself standing in the middle of a lecture hall. Below him were hundreds of children in black uniforms. He was raising his hand, screaming about the rebirth of the world. Old slogans, promises of destruction. A dull tune playing from the radio. And behind him, the face unknown of the one who had programmed him. He screamed. Renata's hand pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the tunnel. The device fell. The sound stopped. One fell, blood staining his gray shirt. The other two backed away. Neither drew weapons. They knew there was no need or had received the signal to withdraw. Nye gasped. Sweat ran down his chin. Renata touched his shoulder. Are you okay? No, he said, but I remember. What? A location. They have a cell in Lugano, under an art museum. Codenamed Cell 4. There they keep former witnesses people who have betrayed the secret society. Renata stepped back. How did you know? Because I took someone there. Mansokon. She looked at him for a long time. So, shall we go? Nye nodded, but not just to find out. He said, I want to know why I betrayed them in the first place. No one rejects a religion unless they have believed it completely. At night, they left Vienna. In the back of the train, the hallway lights made Nye's face look like it was submerged in water. Renata fell asleep beside him, her hand still holding the gun to her stomach, like blood. Nye looked out the window. The landscape receded. The snow sparkled. In his heart, there is no more fear, but it is a hunger. The hunger to know who lit the fire within him and who tried to put it out but failed. Chapter 11. Cell 4. The snow of Lugansin fell silently, like the ashes of burned dreams. The stone steps of the museum were damp beneath Sir Stafford Nye, where masterpieces of painting were displayed above and lies were buried below. Renata walked beside him, her wool cap low, her eyes lighting the way. There was no visible weapon, only a thin knife hidden in her left boot. She said softly, the entrance is behind the Dada Gallery. The tunnel leading down to Cell 4 was a warehouse of confiscated war paintings. Nye nodded, not asking how she knew. At this stage, trust between them was not a choice. but a matter of survival. Inside the museum, their footsteps echoed like a dead clock ticking away. Through a fake emergency door, Renata pulled a key from a hidden recess in a small statue. She turned it once, and the mechanical noise echoed like the breathing of something alive, or once alive, down below. The air in the vault changed, from dust to antiseptic, then to something more familiar metal, sweat, and fear seeping into the walls. Cell 4, Renata whispered. A long hallway appeared, lined with sealed steel doors, each numbered in white paint. The only number that didn't fade was 4. We shouldn't call it a cell, Nye said. It's a shrine, a place where memories are stripped away and reassembled like mosaics. Renata bent down, pressing her ear to the door. Quiet down. She unlocked the latch. The door slid open slowly. Inside a windowless stone room, a figure hunched under a pale yellow light, thin, with silver hair, eyes that seemed to have drifted away from time. He looked up, and Nye said, "Godwin." Renata stepped back, shocked. "You know him?" "No, but I've heard of him. He was the one who wrote the original blueprint for the alternative project. A world with no government, no money, just faith." And then he disappeared. Godwin blinked. His voice was like wind on sand. "I didn't disappear. I was locked away by my own ideas." Renata stepped in, pulling out her notebook. "We need to know what is Black Europa. And why did they send Nye as a firebrand and then try to destroy him?" Godwin laughed. "Black Europa is not an organization. It is an illusion built by those who crave control. They use flames like Nye to light the fuse and then burn him down. If the flame is not obedient, what am I in their eyes?" Nye asked. "A pawn, a king, or a curse?" Godwin looked straight at him. "You are proof that a soul can be broken, reassembled, and rebelled. That is what they fear most." The lights went out. Metal screeched. Another door opened. "Someone else is coming in." Renata raised her knife. Nye turned, shielding Godwin. A female voice rang out, cold as steel. "Enough, Stafford. Your game ends here." The lights came back on. Before them stood Lady Matilda Clare, the titular duchess who had raised Nye after his parents' deaths, and was now the high command of the secret society. Chapter 12. Blood Mask. Sir Stafford Nye stood still, not with fear, but with the stillness in the eyes of Lady Matilda Clare, the woman who had given him his first pair of gloves, taught him to play the violin, and now orchestrated his downfall with a cold, bloodless gaze. Renata took a defensive stance. "Who is she?" Her voice was hoarse, the knife in her hand an extension of her anger. "Who I once believed to be flesh and blood," Nye replied. "Now, perhaps, is just a mechanical part of a larger machine." Lady Matilda entered, unhurried, as if approaching the podium. Each step her heels made was like the sound of metal piercing Nye's mind. "Stafford," she said, "I didn't raise you to believe in freedom. I raised you to survive." "How?" Nye asked. "By killing the human part of me, turning me into a torch for an army of ghosts." "No," she replied. "Turn you into a laughing clone of yourself." Godwin coughed softly from the corner of the room, his voice like a final bell I warned them. No one can control a man who has tasted true freedom. Memory is not a piece of cloth to sew. Lady Matilda turned to Godwin, her mouth curving slightly. And so you have been trapped here for 2 decades, living as a canned memory. Don't lecture me. We can distract her, Renata whispered to Nye. I'll handle the rest. But Nye stepped up. You are not my enemy. Matilda, not entirely. If there is any truth left in you, help me pull back this curtain. The game has been too long. The blood has been too much. Lady Matilda was silent for a moment. Then she sighed. You've always had that ability, Stafford, making people remember who they used to be. And in a moment, her hand pulled a key from inside her cloak. East door leads to the old basement. The children of Black Europa don't know that way. Go. Nye was stunned. Renata did not hesitate, pulling Godwin up. Lady Matilda said quickly, They are coming. 4 minutes left. You must find Project Janus. That is the root. If you destroy it, the mask will fall. And Unai asked hoarsely. She smiled. I stay. Part of the night cannot come into the light. Stafford. They run through stone corridors, through dusty iron doors, through an underground world where consciousness was once experimented with like chemicals. The last door opened. Cold wind hit their faces like a slap of freedom. Beyond was the Lugano woods, the entrance to an abandoned train station, and then Zurich. Renata stopped, grabbing Nye. Are you okay? He did not answer immediately. No, he said, I'm not okay, but I'm alive. And I know who to turn to. Renata nodded. Project Janus? Nye squinted at the darkness receding behind the hill. No. First, I find the people who created it. Chapter 13. The Code Keeper. Zurich, where the gray stones of the banks pile up their secrets, silently, and where every eye knows to look without asking. The rain falls lightly, but is as cold as a needle. Sir Stafford Nye wears his old wide-brimmed hat, his collar turned up, his eyes squinting under the rusty yellow streetlights. Renata walks beside him, her long coat sweeping the ground, her hands in her pockets, not for warmth, but for readiness. If anyone remembers how Project Janus worked, she whispered, it's Dietrich Keller. He was in charge of the experiments in Zone 4 before he disappeared, presumed dead. So is he a monster? Nye asked, his voice dry. Renata glanced at him. No. Worse. He's a believer. The apartment was on the attic floor of the Niederdorf district. A stack of medical books and drawings of the human body were taped to the wall, and an old brain pacemaker sat next to the Italian espresso machine. A thin man with disheveled white hair opened the door, his eyes dirtier than his hands. Here you are, he said, as if reading from a pre-written script. Renata paused. You recognize me. I recognize the silence in you. Everyone who leaves the organization carries a different kind of silence. You carry the kind that never forgives. He turned to Nye. And you have something I don't expect to see: old compassion wrapped in government garb. We need information, Nye said, about Project Janus, about the roots of Black Europa. Keller smiled. Then he turned on the dim light behind him, on which an old map appeared, not a geographical one, but a map of biology, psychology, and the emotional system neural networks mapped out like subway lines. Janus is not a program, it's a principle, Keller said. We call it the two faces of loyalty. It doesn't control people. It makes them willing. Renata gritted her teeth. Through what chemical sound code? Keller shook his head. Keith, they inject each group with an idea. The old world is dead. Only I see the truth. Then the illusion of power, the illusion of rebirth. A bunch of political orphans, looking for parents in the dark. And who planted that belief? Nye growled. Not me. Keller said, I'm just a mechanic. The blueprint was created by a woman code name, Sigune. No one has ever seen her face, but I know where she'll show up next. Where? Venice. The Conference on Human Restructuring a Cultural Show. But behind it is the selection of a new class of leaders for Black Europa. Keller pulled an invitation card from a drawer with Renata's name embossed on it. You have been chosen. It is time to put the mask back on. Renata stiffened. Nye looked at her, his eyes serious. Are you ready to go back? He asked. No, she replied. But if no one else can get into the anthill, I will be the poisoned honey. Keller nodded. And you, Sir Nye? I will be the fly in the ointment. Nye replied. And if necessary, the trigger. On the night train to Venice, the train lights fell on their faces like broken negatives. Renata dozed, still clutching the coated beads Keller had given her. Nye did not sleep. In his mind, Lady Matilda's face, the eyes of the believers, the twisted laughter of a world in bloodshed, all of it blended together. Venice, ahead, a city of masks, where truth and lies flow together on cold black canals. And somewhere, a woman named Sigune is waiting. Chapter 14, Mask on Water. Venice, a city like the painting, but cracks run through every stone pillar. Every canal smells of salty moss. The night wind carries the sad sound of the water, like the breath of nameless ghosts. Sir Stafford Nye stepped off the gondola at San Giorgio, where the lights of the luxurious hotels floated on the water like fireflies trapped in glass jars. Renata walked beside him, her lips red as dried cuts. She had changed, no longer the companion hiding in the fog of Frankfurt or the vague lover in Zurich. Now, she was a symbol, either a spy or the living faith that Black Europa preached. The ball starts at 9 tonight, she said. Only those with invitations will be admitted, and only those who are reconfirmed will stay. Reconfirm, Nye repeated, his voice gruff. That's what they call a loyalty test. Swear it in, or be eliminated. They crossed St. Mark's Square, under the yellow glow of ancient gas lamps. Inside the Karazenico Hotel, another world awaited them, young men in black capes emblazoned with silver phoenixes, women in black lace dresses and crescent moon masks. In the far corner, a Baroque ensemble played nameless music, cold, disjointed, and inhuman. She's here, Renata whispered. Sigune. Nye looked around. Everyone was wearing masks, and everyone was watching. Sir Nye, a female voice said behind him, deep, warm, and without any attempt at seduction. He turned. A woman in black satin stood there, maskless, just a red ribbon tied around her neck. Her eyes were pale blue, like ice melting on a lake. You are Ishowa, Sigun, or whatever people call him. Whatever you think. Nye didn't answer. She smiled, pouring him a glass of red wine from a nearby tray. You need no introduction, Sir Nye. Your government has many questions, and you have been sent in the hope of extinguishing a fire. But what if I said that fire cannot be put out, only guided? You are brainwashing a whole generation. No, she replied. I am giving them something the previous generation lost: ideals. He sneered. Ideals through drugs, through mind control. No need to force them, she said softly. Just let them come willingly. Like you here tonight. A bell rang, not part of any music. All the guests paused. Their glasses lowered silently. Every step slowed as if programmed. The great doors opened. A row of lighted columns led to a stage in the center of the room, a stone dais with a red leather chair. Sigun raised her hand. Tonight, one person will step forward, not to be judged, but to be born again. Renata stiffened. Nye felt her breathing shudder beside him. A hand was on her back, pushing, as instructed. Your name is on the list, Nye whispered. You know it. No, she said softly. I didn't know they were going to pick me tonight. A spotlight shone directly on Renata. The crowd around her began to clap slowly, steadily, like an artificial heartbeat. Sigun smiled. Go. Child of the fire. Renata stepped slowly up to the podium. Her eyes searched for Nye, but he had disappeared into the crowd. She stood alone before 100 pairs of eyes, 100 masks, before the organization that had swallowed her life and now beckoned. A microphone was turned on. Siguni placed a hand on her shoulder. Do you believe it, Renata? The space was silent. Then, a small explosion came from the direction of the stairs. Black smoke billowed out. Not thick, but enough to make everyone hesitate. From the smoke, a cold voice rang out. No, but I believe in the truth. Sir Stafford Nye stepped out. In his hand was a roll of tape, the tape of Keller's confession, the control codes, a list of Janus's first victims. I didn't come to stop the fire, Nye said. I came to light the real fire. Sigun chuckled, but her hand slowly made a gesture. Then all the lights went out. When the light returned, the platform was empty. Renata is gone. Sigun too, and Sir Nye, lying on the floor, a streak of blood oozing from his temple. Only the recording remains. Still running, still looping. We don't control people. We make them volunteer. Chapter 15, The Mind Reader. The sound of dripping water. The pale blue light from the overhead fluorescent light flickered like an unease lurking at the bottom of a dream. Sir Stafford Nye awoke to the smell of damp and the taste of metal in his mouth. His hands were tied behind his back, the leather straps squeezing his wrists, cutting off the blood flow. His head ached as if someone were punching holes in his memories. Before him was a square room, concrete walls covered in peeling white paint, no windows, a single bare steel table, a single chair opposite. Then the man walked in, no cloak, no mask, just an unwrinkled gray suit, a leaden tie, and black eyes as deep as a bottomless well. His voice was like glass hitting cold steel. Sir Stafford Nye, he said, sitting down, you're still alive. That means they haven't decided to eliminate you. And you are? Nye asked, swallowing something that was almost blood in his throat. Mind reader. Not in the mystical sense. I read from the voice. the facial muscles, the heartbeat. Telling a lie here is like shouting into a megaphone. Nye smiled wryly. So you are the soothsayer of totalitarianism. The other man nodded slightly, not reacting to the sarcasm. They want to know what you know. And they want to know if you're ready to adapt. A sound rang out like an amplified heartbeat. The biodetection system turned on. On the wall, LED lights flickered with each breath Nye took. Here we go, said the man. Did you last see Renata at Karazunico? Nye was silent. Did she send you any information? No reply. Do you believe that Black Europa is a global threat? Nye exhaled. Not the world. There is no world left to threaten. We divided it long ago. The other tilted his head. Good, but not enough. You served the government. You swore allegiance. And now you meddle in something you don't understand. Understand? Nye chuckled. I understood that first night in Frankfurt. No one dresses a woman on the run without considering the trade-offs. And no one asks me to transform without a purpose. The mind reader was silent for a beat, then he nodded. So, the last question. If Renata is the link between two worlds, resistance and control, what would you choose? Keep her safe, or destroy her to shut down the network? A thick silence. Nye whispered, She doesn't need me to save her. The light on the wall changed from green to red. The man stood up. Interesting. Maybe you don't need to be dealt with, at least not yet. They'll send you to Zurich. Maybe you'll be restructured. But make no mistake. This isn't about nations anymore. This is about principles. And the one who doesn't choose a side will be crushed under both. The door opened. Nye was pulled to his feet. Before leaving the room, he turned back. And which side do you choose? The other man smiled coldly. I don't choose. I design both. They put him in a black, unmarked car on the highway through the night. Nye saw his reflection in the window. A man without a country, without absolute faith, with only one choice: continue to pretend or destroy the greatest drama humanity has ever performed. Behind, in the distance, Venice was still lit, but the light no longer twinkled. It was like the light of a crematorium, bright, but cruel. Chapter 16. White Window in the Alps. There was no nameplate, no road signs, just snow, rock, and glass walls that forever reflected the gray of the winter sky. The Psychological Reengineering Center was nestled in the middle of an alpine mountainside where no one would ever set foot by accident. It was called simply Station 12th. Sir Stafford Nye stepped out of the armored car, flanked by two wordless bodyguards. They were unarmed, but their eyes said it all. Violence was their last resort, for they had learned to make others destroy themselves first. Inside, white light flooded everywhere. No lights, no shadows. Everything glowed: the walls, the ceiling, the floor, even the hingeless doors. Nye felt as if he had entered the womb of a technological monster, a place where humans were born without crying, having been taught to be silent. A woman in a white blouse walked up. No name tag, no introduction. Mr. Nye, she said, her voice sweet, almost lulling. We will begin the soft reshaping. Nye chuckled. I heard that phrase at the East German hearings. Oh, they are rude. We are more refined. The first room, it wasn't a room. It was just a space surrounded by virtual images programmed from Nye's old brain data. Faces from his memories appeared like ghosts. His stern mother, his headmaster at Oxford, the soldier who died beside him in Mozambique. They all said the same thing, over and over again. Choose right or disappear. A screen rose from the floor, scanned his irises, and played fake news, political debates, and images of Renata, sometimes as a traitor, sometimes as a victim. He found himself angry, confused, then doubting himself. After 4 hours in that timeless space, Nye was taken to the white window, a room where every surface is a one-way mirror. People see themselves from every angle, every flaw, every wrinkle, and the smallest lie. And on the main wall, there is a single window, not for looking out, but for others to look in. A female voice came from the ceiling speaker. Mr. Nye, tell us why you remain loyal. He smiled and said, loyalty is a concept for dogs. Humans have memories and fears. Go on. The woman's voice softened. And if you think I'm going to fall for this humanization trap, you're wrong. I'm not loyal. I just haven't found anyone worth betraying. Silent. Then the door opened. A man walked in, wearing a black cashmere coat, his white hair cropped short, his eyes as cold as salt. Sir Nye, he said, I am the architect, the designer of this system. And if I can design a new world, I can also redesign a man. Nye laughed. What a shame. I was manufactured from a faulty design. No, he said, you're a prototype untested. But soon, it'll all be synchronized. The world does not need another Hitler. No, but it needs someone to make Hitler look like a schoolboy. The architect placed his hand on Nye's shoulder. You will help us. Not because you believe it, but because not helping means everything you have ever tried to hold on to will be replaced by what someone else chooses for you. Nye looked out the white window. Out there, ice-covered mountains, no footprints. In his head, an incomplete map. But somewhere, Renata is waiting for him. Not to save her, but to destroy this structure from within together. Chapter 17. The Second Face of Janus. Sir Stafford Nye sat across from the architect in a windowless room. Everything was designed to eliminate any notion of time, no natural light, no outside sounds, only a slowly turning clock on the wall as a reminder that logic was the last thing allowed here. You will work in the dark, said the architect, his eyes unblinking. But remember, what we build is not darkness. It is forced dawn. And I'm the rooster, Nye sneered. No, you are a loudspeaker, but don't worry. You will be rewarded with ideal immortality. They gave Nye a package, no paperwork, no documentation. Just a chip that went straight into the back of his ear, downloading layers of encrypted data with every heartbeat. The project name, Janus Pharma. On the one hand, there is the system of distributing drugs that suppress rebellion among the masses. Invisible drugs, mixed in pharmaceuticals for depression, insomnia, even multivitamins. On the other side was something Nye didn't expect Renata, under the pseudonym Dr. Livia Farn. She developed the central molecular mechanism in the biochemical chain reaction. The file notes only one line. She knows how to manipulate memories, and no one knows whether the memories she creates are real or fake. The next day, Nye was taken to Geneva, where the conference on reshaping the European ideal was taking place. Under the guise of a special diplomatic representative. He had access to all restricted areas, but his real guide was a name hidden behind many layers of firewalls argo. On the electronic screen in the temporary apartment, the text appeared, "Welcome back to the game, Nye. Play your part, but remember, Janus has two faces. Don't trust your reflection in the mirror." A coordinate appears, 48.8566 die N, 2.3522 die E, Paris. Location: an abandoned underground church, converted into a laboratory. And there, the only person who can answer all the questions is Renata. On the way to Paris, Nye thought back to the first time he saw Renata in the airport. Her eyes were from no country. Her voice was like a razor wrapped in silk. She always knew where she was, what she was doing. But this time, perhaps she was playing a game of cards that she and herself did not know. The train stopped at Gare de Lyon. It was raining lightly. The drops of water rolling down the glass encoded silent signals. A man wearing a fedora and leather gloves stood waiting at the station door. "Nye," he said, "don't go back. She's not the same person anymore." "You never knew what she was like," Nye replied, "and neither did I. But I do know one thing: someone who can erase people's memories will only do it if they're trying to forget themselves." The underground church is located behind a second-hand bookstore that sells only books without authors' names. Behind the underground door is a spiral staircase that descends deep into the bowels of Paris. The light was dim. The smell of chlorine, iron, and death. On the stone table were test tubes, monitors displaying brain signals, and data files drawn in waves instead of words. And in the middle of it all is Renata. She turned back, still with straight black hair, still with a slim figure, but now as if wrapped in a layer of ice. "I knew you would come," she said without turning around. "I just didn't know if you would still be yourself." And you and I stepped closer. "And Renata? Or is that just an identity written by a project?" She turned back, her eyes sunken. But inside, there was still fire. "I am both, Stafford. And if you don't kill me today, I will show you the other side of Janus." Chapter 18, Traces in the Dark. "You've always been in the system," Renata said, her voice like an echo from the old dungeons of history. She stepped to the console, her fingers skimming over layers of digitized code in ancient Latin and modern scientific notation. Each touch was a pulse from the past into the present. "I don't understand." Nye shook his head. "You're just an envoy. A man pushed into the limelight for being too eccentric. You've never had any power." "No." Renata turned, her eyes boring into his. "You were never given power, but you were trained not to need it." She punched in a string of codes. A screen lit up. Images appeared: brain scans, medical records, psychoanalysis, all on Stafford Nye. More than MI6 had ever stored. More than he had ever known. A voice rang out from the system. The voice of Baron von Seidlitz, whom Nye had thought was nothing more than an internal legend. Subject Nye, backup number 17. Ability to develop counter-logical emotions, 89%. Easily manipulated through emotional channels, especially salvation delusions. "You're not a pawn," Renata whispered. "You're a bolt. When you're willing to trust, they know everyone else will open up." Nye sat down, his whole body shaking. "So what you did, from Frankfurt to Geneva, was it all staged from scratch?" "Not exactly," she said. "They facilitated it. But you stepped in. There was a long silence, the hum of a ventilator, the sound of data flowing through fiber optic cables. The room seemed to be immersed in liquid time. I used to believe, Renata said, that we could change the world with banners and speeches. But now I know to destroy a structure, you have to break its heart. She opened a black box. Inside was a small silver capsule. This is Lotus 7, a counterproduct to all molecules in the Janus network, a kind of neural vaccine, but it only works on people who have been implanted, like you. And if you inject it, you will remember everything. The restructuring, the memories removed, the missions you never knew you had performed. And if you can't stand it, Renata smiled sadly, then you die. But death is freer than living without knowing who you are. Nye looked at the capsule, cold, small, silent, but inside it was a door that opened to the truth. He remembered all those people who had disappeared, the man on the plane with the fake passport, the girl in Vienna who smiled and then fell silent forever, the eyes of the messenger who ended up hanged in an abandoned printing shop in Bruges. Did you ever love me? Nye asked, his voice steady, but not steady either. Renata did not answer immediately. She stepped closer, placing her hand on his chest. You are the only person I would never program. He bit the capsule. For a moment, nothing happened. Okay, all echoes in his head. Images flooded in. He saw himself signing the mental blueprints at age 24. He saw himself talking to sidelets at a training camp in Corsica. He saw himself ordering a fake riot in Sao Paulo to test the polarizing effect of the population. You are not innocent. You are the cornerstone of a network. Renata caught him as his head fell, sweat pouring down like the night rain. I remember, he breathed, almost groaning. Then from now on, she whispered in his ear, you are the greatest traitor, or the last savior. In the dark hallway, a new command from the system appeared on the screen. Janus Pharma Phase 3, Establishing Thought Leadership. Target Stafford Nye. Chapter 19, The Value of Betrayal. The Zurich Underground. A place with no maps, no echoes, and no way out without permission. Stafford Nye sat across from three men in gray suits. No names, no badges, just a code number in front of them, R01, V13, K8. Beside them was a micro-reaction detector, not a lie detector, but a device that recognized when people were telling the truth, but hiding parts of it. They called him Reawakening Channel 17, a living relic of the original era, the bearer of the original code, and now he became the biggest leak the system had ever faced. Mr. Nye, V13 began. The organization does not blame you for what you recall, but we need confirmation. Are you still loyal? Nye chuckled. I don't even know what my allegiance was. With ideas, with global peace, with order instead of chaos. You're not organizing anything, Nye replied. You're rewriting human consciousness like a statistical problem. K8 tilted his head. What about Renata Lestrade's death? What do you think that was? The room froze. Renata was gone. No, it couldn't be. I just left her last night, said Nye, in Zermatt. No, Mr. Nye. She died in 2017. Her body was found under the ice of Lake Obersee. DNA match. Conclusion. Failed escape. So, who is the person I met? A neural clone. Reconstructed from your own memories. a fragment of emotional debt extracted by the organization for exploitation. A human blow to trust. Stafford Nye felt like he had been punched in the chest. Was Renata's every gesture, every glance, every whisper a programming project? Or was he the one creating it, in a state of organizational activation? He wanted to laugh, but there was nothing funny about it. That was the true nature of surveillance, making you unsure of what was yours. RR1 spoke up. We give you a choice. Return to the system and become the global spokesperson for Operation Soft Awakening, the speaker at the Kyoto Human Unity Forum. Every word you say will be calibrated by the real-time neural network. You will be loved, respected, and remembered as the one who helped the world overcome chaos. Refuse, and you will disappear, not just from paper, but from the very stream of historical consciousness. The system will erase all traces of you. No one will remember you ever existed. What about the third option? Nye asked. There is no third option, Kate replied. Then let me create it. Nye stood up in the pocket of the jacket. A fragment of memory had been downloaded from Renata's console. It contained the launch code for the self-generating counter-sequence Janus Lazarus, a mental virus, a keyword sequence that could blow up the entire system if uttered by the right voice, by the right person. He knew the system always controlled the big events, the conventions, the announcements, the television, but it didn't control the small cracks, the whispers between two people, or the deaths that happened where no one was watching. You know what Nye said, his voice dropping. The scariest thing isn't being betrayed. It's understanding why people betray. He turned away, pulling a capsule from his shirt. Not a pill, a sound chip. When activated, it would broadcast the Janus Lazarus code, and every device within a 20-meter radius would go haywire, including the neuroreflexometers of the three men in front of him. A small crack. Enough to get started for a split second. There was a sound, not an explosion, but silence, as if the world had held its breath. Then everything fell apart. Lights flashed. Signals went haywire. The faces of the three men distorted like images on a dead TV. Stafford Nye runs, not to escape, but to become the ultimate system failure that the organization failed to predict. Chapter 20. The day that should not be remembered. The sky over Vienna was a cracked leaden blue, as if someone had tried to rewrite history in charcoal and accidentally smudged it. From the dome of the old theater, now the global broadcasting center of the Awakening Council, Sir Stafford Nye looked down on the square below, where groups of people gathered in silence. No banners, no chants, just a suspicious consensus, a peace that comes not from reconciliation, but from programming. Renata is no more, or rather, never really existed. And maybe he himself is no longer real. Considering how this world defines human beings, no memories, no papers, no history confirmed by a central server. But he still has one thing, Janus Lazarus, that sealed memory fragment, the living code initiated by Renata herself before she disappeared, had passed all levels of censorship. It was not just an order of destruction, but a new definition of existence, a denial of everything the council called progress, Prusha. And now, in this moment, under the microphone on stage, preparing for the global broadcast of Peace Day. Nye had only seconds before the censors recognized that his voice did not match the training model. When I speak, everything will change, he told himself. Not because I am the main character, but because I am the extra part you forgot to erase. He spoke up, not a speech, not a statement, but a question. If every thought is born from an algorithm, who dreamed the first dream? 1 second, 2 seconds. The Janus Lazarus Code is decoded as a perceptual metaphor, something that cannot be detected by classical semantic analysis. A chain reaction begins. The emotional processing apparatus collapses. The language censorship network fragments. Consensus is unplugged. The square became chaotic, but not violent case, but conscious chaos. People began whispering to each other in real language. A woman burst into tears without knowing why. A child picked up a stone and asked his mother, "Is it real?" The first time that question was not redirected by a family AI. The council has no plan B. For them, the world only has plan A, and those who don't exist. Sir Stafford Nye turned and walked off the stage, silent as a ghost. No one took his picture. No one wrote down his name. And a few hours later, every record of him would be erased as if it had never been there. But that doesn't matter, because the thought has escaped, and like every other self-replicating virus, it doesn't need an origin, just one existence. That evening, in a small cafe by the Danube, a woman in a black raincoat sat waiting. When a waiter asked if she wanted to order, she just smiled. "Waiting for you. She doesn't care if he comes or not. Just know that someone had the first dream. And now, it belongs to everyone." Chapter 21. Professor John Gottlieb sat in his chair, looking very steadfastly at the handsome young woman sitting opposite him. He scratched his ear with a rather monkey-like gesture, which was characteristic of him. He looked rather like a monkey anyway. A prognathous jaw, a high mathematical head, which make a slight contrast in terms, and a small wizened frame. "It's not every day," said Professor Gottlieb, "that a young lady brings me a letter from the President of the United States. However," he said cheerfully, "presidents don't always know exactly what they're doing. What's this all about? I gather you're vouched for on the highest authority. I've come to ask you what you know, or what you can tell me about something called Project Benvo. Are you really Countess Renata Zerkowski? Technically, possibly, I am. I'm more often known as Mary Ann. Yes, that's what they wrote me under separate cover. And you want to know about Project Benvo. Well, there was such a thing. Now it's dead and buried, and the man who thought of it also. I expect you mean Professor Shoreham. That's right, Robert Shoreham, one of the greatest geniuses of our age. Einstein, Niels Bohr, and some others. But Robert Shoreham didn't last as long as he should. A great loss to science. What is it Shakespeare says of Lady Macbeth? She should have died hereafter. He's not dead, said Mary Ann. Oh, sure of that. Nothing's been heard of him for a long time. He's an invalid. He lives in the north of Scotland. He is paralyzed. Can't speak very well. Can't walk very well. He sits most of the time listening to music. Yes, I can imagine that. Well, I'm glad about that. If he can do that, he won't be too unhappy. Otherwise, it's a pretty fair hell for a brilliant man who isn't brilliant anymore, who's, as it were, dead in an invalid chair. There was such a thing as Project Benvo. Yes, he was very keen about it. He talked to you about it. He talked to some of us about it in the early days. You're not a scientist yourself. Young woman, I suppose. No, you're just an agent, I suppose. I hope you're on the right side. We still have to hope for miracles these days. But I don't think you'll get anything out of Project Benvo. Why not? You said he worked on it. It would have been a very great invention, wouldn't it? Or discovery, or whatever you call these things. Yes, it would have been one of the greatest discoveries of the age. I don't know just what went wrong. It's happened before now. A thing goes along all right, but in the last stages somehow, it doesn't click, breaks down, doesn't do what's expected of it, and you give up in despair. Or else you do what Shoreham did. What was that? He destroyed it. Every damn bit of it. He told me so himself. Burnt all the formulas, all the papers concerning it, all the data. 3 weeks later, he had his stroke. I'm sorry. You see, I can't help you. I never knew any details about it. Nothing but its main idea. I don't even remember that now. Except for one thing. Benvo stood for benevolence. Chapter 22. Lord Altamont was dictating. The voice that had once been ringing and dominant was now reduced to a gentleness that had still an unexpectedly special appeal. It seemed to come gently out of the shadows of the past, but to be emotionally moving in a way that a more dominant tone would not have been. James Cleek was taking down the words as they came, pausing every now and then when a moment of hesitation came, allowing for it and waiting gently himself. Idealism, said Lord Altamont, can arise, and indeed usually does so when moved by a natural antagonism to injustice. That is a natural revulsion from crass materialism. The natural idealism of youth is fed more and more by a desire to destroy those two phases of modern life, injustice and crass materialism. That desire to destroy what is evil sometimes leads to a love of destruction for its own sake. It can lead to a pleasure in violence and in the infliction of pain. All this can be fostered and strengthened from outside by those who are gifted by a natural power of leadership. This original idealism arises in a non-adult stage. It should and could lead on to a desire for a new world. It should lead also towards a love of all human beings and of goodwill towards them. But those who have once learnt to love violence for its own sake will never become adult. They will be fixed in their own retarded development and will so remain for their lifetime. The buzzer went. Lord Altamont gestured, and James Cleek lifted it up and listened. Mr. Robinson is here. Ah, yes. Bring him in. We can go on with this later. James Cleek rose, laying aside his notebook and pencil. Mr. Robinson came in. James Cleek set a chair for him, one sufficiently widely proportioned to receive his form without discomfort. Mr. Robinson smiled his thanks and arranged himself by Lord Altamount's side. Well, said Lord Altamount, got anything new for us? Diagrams, circles, bubbles? He seemed faintly amused. Not exactly, said Mr. Robinson imperturbably. It's more like plotting the course of a river. River, said Lord Altamount. What sort of a river? A river of money, said Mr. Robinson, in the slightly apologetic voice he was wont to use when referring to his speciality. It's really just like a river. Money is coming from somewhere and definitely going to somewhere. Really very interesting, that is, if you are interested in these things. It tells its own story. You see, James Cleek looked as though he didn't see, but Altamount said, I understand. Go on. It's flowing from Scandinavia, from Bavaria, from the USA, from Southeast Asia, fed by lesser tributaries, on the way. And going where? Mainly to South America, meeting the demands of the now securely established headquarters of militant youth, and representing 4 of the 5 intertwined circles you showed us: armaments, drugs, scientific and chemical warfare missiles, as well as finance. Yes, we think we know now, fairly accurately, who controls these various groups. What about Circle J Juanita? Asked James Cleek. As yet, we cannot be sure. James has certain ideas as to that, said Lord Altamount. I hope he may be wrong. Yes, I hope so. The initial J is interesting. What does it stand for? Justice Judgment. A dedicated killer, said James Cleek. The female of the species is more deadly than the male. There are historical precedents, admitted Altamount. Jael setting butter in a lordly dish before Sisera, and afterwards driving the nail through his head. Judith executing Holofernes, and applauded for it by her countrymen. Yes, you may have something there. So you think you know who Juanita is, do you? Said Mr. Robinson. That's interesting. Well, perhaps I'm wrong, sir, but there have been things that made me think. Yes, said Mr. Robinson. We have all had to think, haven't we? Better say who you think it is, James. The Countess Renata Zerkowski. What makes you pitch upon her? The places she's been, the people she's been in contact with. There's been too much coincidence about the way she has been turning up in different places. And all that. She's been in Bavaria. She's been visiting Big Charlotte there. What's more, she took Stafford Nye with her. I think that's significant. You think they're in this together? Asked Altamount. I wouldn't like to say that. I don't know enough about him, but... He paused. Yes, said Lord Altamount. There have been doubts about him. He was suspected from the beginning by Henry Horsham. Henry Horsham, for one. Perhaps Colonel Pikeaway isn't sure. I imagine he's been under observation. Probably knows it too. He's not a fool. Another of them, said James Cleek savagely. Extraordinary. How we can breed them. How we trust them. Tell them our secrets. Let them know what we're doing. Go on, saying, if there's one person I'm absolutely sure of, it's McLean, or Burgess, or Philby, or any of the lot. And now, Stafford Nye. Stafford Nye, indoctrinated by Renata alias Juanita, said Mr. Robinson. There was that curious business at Frankfurt airport, said Cleek. And there was the visit to Charlotte. Stafford Nye, I gather, has since been in South America with her. As for she herself, do we know where she is now? I dare say Mr. Robinson does, said Lord Altamount. Do you, Mr. Robinson? She's in the United States. I've heard that after staying with friends in Washington, or near it, she was in Chicago, then in California, and that she went from Austin to visit a top-flight scientist. That's the last I've heard. What's she doing there? One would presume, said Mr. Robinson in his calm voice, that she is trying to obtain information. What information? Mr. Robinson sighed. That is what one wishes one knew. One presumes that it is the same information that we are anxious to obtain, and that she is doing it on our behalf. But one never knows. It may be for the other side. He turned to look at Lord Altamount. Tonight, I understand. You are traveling to Scotland. Is that right? Quite right. I don't think he ought to, sir, said James Cleek. He turned an anxious face to his employer. You've not been so well lately, sir. It'll be a very tiring journey, whichever way you go, air or train. Can't you leave it to Monroe and Horsham? At my age, it's a waste of time to take care, said Lord Altamount. If I can be useful, I would like to die in harness, as the saying goes. He smiled at Mr. Robinson. You'd better come with us, Robinson. Chapter 23. The squadron leader wondered a little what it was all about. He was accustomed to being left only partly in the picture. That was security's doing. He supposed, taking no chances. He'd done this sort of thing before more than once. Flying a plane of people out to an unlikely spot, with unlikely passengers. Being careful to ask no questions, except such as were of an entirely factual nature. He knew some of his passengers on this flight, but not all of them. Lord Altamount he recognized. An ill man, a very sick man, he thought. A man who, he judged, kept himself alive by sheer willpower. The keen hawk-faced man with him was his special guard dog, presumably, seeing not so much to his safety as to his welfare. A faithful dog who never left his side. He would have with him restoratives, stimulants, and all the medical box of tricks. The squadron leader wondered why there wasn't a doctor also in attendance. It would have been an extra precaution, like a death's head. The old man looked a noble death's head, something made of marble in a museum. Henry Horsham, the squadron leader, knew quite well. He knew several of the security lot. And Colonel Monroe, looking slightly less fierce than usual, rather more worried, not very happy on the whole. There was also a large, yellow-faced man, foreigner, he might be Asiatic. What was he doing? Flying in a plane to the north of Scotland. The squadron leader said deferentially to Colonel Monroe, "Everything laid on. Sir, the car is here waiting." "How far exactly is the distance?" 17 miles, sir. Roughish road, but not too bad. There are extra rugs in the car. You have your orders? Repeat, please, if you will. Squadron Leader Andrews. The squadron leader repeated, and the colonel nodded satisfaction. As the car finally drove off, the squadron leader looked after it, wondering to himself why on earth those particular people were here on this drive over the lonely moor to a venerable old castle where a sick man lived as a recluse, without friends or visitors in the general run of things. Horsham knew. He supposed. Horsham must know a lot of strange things. Oh well. Horsham wasn't likely to tell him anything. The car was well and carefully driven. It drew up at last over a gravel driveway and came to a stop before the porch. It was a turreted building of heavy stone. Lights hung at either side of the big door. The door itself opened before there was any need to ring a bell or demand admittance. An old Scottish woman of 60-odd with a stern, dour face stood in the doorway. The chauffeur helped the occupants out. James Cleek and Horsham helped Lord Altamount to alight and supported him up the steps. The old Scottish woman stood aside and dropped a respectful curtsy to him. She said, "Good evening, your lordship. The master's waiting for you. He knows you're arriving. We've got rooms prepared, and fires for you in all of them." Another figure had arrived in the hall now, a tall, lean woman between 50 and 60, a woman who was still handsome. Her black hair was parted in the middle. She had a high forehead, an aquiline nose, and a tanned skin. "Here's Miss Newman to look after you," said the Scottish woman. "Thank you, Janet," said Miss Newman. "Be sure the fires are kept up in the bedrooms." "I will that." Lord Altamount shook hands with her. "Good evening, Miss Newman." "Good evening. Lord Altamount, I hope you are not too tired by your journey." "We had a very good flight. This is Colonel Monroe, Miss Newman. This is Mr. Robinson, Sir James Cleek, and Mr. Horsham, of the Security Department." I remember Mr. Horsham from some years ago. I think I hadn't forgotten, said Henry Horsham. It was at the Levison Foundation. You were already, I think, Professor Shoreham's secretary at that time. I was first his assistant in the laboratory, and afterwards his secretary. I am still, as far as he needs one, his secretary. He also has to have a hospital nurse living here more or less permanently. There have to be changes from time to time. Miss Ellis, who is here now, took over from Miss Bude only 2 days ago. I have suggested that she should stay near at hand to the room in which we ourselves shall be. I thought you would prefer privacy, but that she ought not to be out of call in case she was needed. Is he in very bad health? Asked Colonel Monroe. He doesn't actually suffer, said Miss Newman. But you must prepare yourself. If you have not seen him, that is, for a long time, he is only what is left of a man, just one moment before you take us to him. His mental processes are not too badly depleted. He can understand what one says to him. Oh, yes, he can understand perfectly. But as he is semi-paralyzed, he is unable to speak with much clarity, though that varies, and is unable to walk without help. His brain, in my opinion, is as good as ever it was. The only difference is that he tires very easily now. Now, would you like some refreshment first? No, said Lord Altamount. No, I don't want to wait. This is a rather urgent matter on which we have come. So, if you will take us to him now, he expects us. I understand. He expects you. Yes, said Lisa Neumann. She led the way up some stairs, along a corridor, and opened a room of medium size. It had tapestries on the wall. The heads of stags looked down on them. The place had been a one-time shooting box. It had been little changed in its furnishing or arrangements. There was a big record player on one side of the room. The tall man sat in a chair by the fire. His head trembled a little. So did his left hand. The skin of his face was pulled down one side. Without beating about the bush, one could only describe him one way, as a wreck of a man who had once been tall, sturdy, strong. He had a fine forehead, deep-set eyes, and a rugged, determined-looking chin. The eyes, below the heavy eyebrows, were intelligent. He said something. His voice was not weak. It made fairly clear sounds, but not always recognizable ones. The faculty of speech had only partly gone from him. He was still understandable. Lisa Newman went to stand by him, watching his lips, so that she could interpret what he said if necessary. Professor Shoreham welcomes you. He is very pleased to see you here. Lord Altamount, Colonel Monroe, Sir James Cleek, Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Horsham. He would like me to tell you that his hearing is reasonably good. Anything you say to him, he will be able to hear. If there is any difficulty, I can assist him. What he wants to say to you, he will be able to transmit through me. If he gets too tired to articulate, I can lip read, and we also converse in a perfected sign language if there is any difficulty. I shall try, said Colonel Monroe, not to waste your time and to tire you as little as possible. Professor Shoreham, the man in the chair bent his head in recognition of the words. Some questions I can ask of Miss Newman. Shoreham's hand went out in a faint gesture towards the woman standing by his side. Sounds came from his lips, again not quite recognizable to them, but she translated quickly. He says he can depend on me to transcribe anything you wish to say to him or I to you. You have, I think, already received a letter from me, said Colonel Monroe. That is so, said Miss Newman. Professor Shoreham received your letter and knows its contents. A hospital nurse opened the door, just a crack, but she did not come in. She spoke in a low whisper. Is there anything I can get or do, Miss Newman? For any of the guests or for Professor Shoreham? I don't think there is anything. Thank you, Miss Ellis. I should be glad. Though, if you could stay in your sitting room just along the passage, in case we should need anything. Certainly, I quite understand. She went away, closing the door softly. We don't want to lose time, said Colonel Monroe. No doubt Professor Shoreham is in tune with current affairs. Entirely so, said Miss Newman. As far as he is interested, does he keep in touch with scientific advancements and such things? Robert Shoreham's head shook slightly from side to side. He himself answered, I have finished with all that. But you know roughly the state the world is in, the success of what is called the revolution of youth, the seizing of power by youthful, fully equipped forces. Miss Newman said, he is in touch entirely with everything that is going on in a political sense. That is, the world is now given over to violence, pain, revolutionary tenets, a strange and incredible philosophy of rule by an anarchic minority. A faint look of impatience went across the gaunt face. He knows all that, said Mr. Robinson, speaking unexpectedly. No need to go over a lot of things again. He's a man who knows everything. He said, do you remember Admiral Blunt? Again, the head bowed. Something like a smile showed on the twisted lips. Admiral Blunt remembers some scientific work you had done on a certain project. I think project is what you call these things, Project Benbow. They saw the alert look which came into the eyes. Project Benbow, said Miss Newman. You are going back quite a long time. Mr. Robinson, to recall that. It was your project, wasn't it? Said Mr. Robinson. Yes, it was his project. Miss Newman now spoke more easily for him. As a matter of course. We cannot use nuclear weapons. We cannot use explosives or gas or chemistry. But your project, Project Benbow, we could use. There was silence, and nobody spoke. And then again the queer, distorted sounds came from Professor Shoram's lips. He says, "Of course," said Miss Newman. "Benvo could be used successfully in the circumstances in which we find ourselves." The man in the chair had turned to her and was saying something to her. "He wants me to explain it to you," said Miss Newman. Project B, later called Project Benvo, was something that he worked upon for many years, but which at last he laid aside for reasons of his own. Because he had failed to make his project materialize. No, he had not failed, said Lisa Newman. We had not failed. I worked with him on this project. He laid it aside for certain reasons. But he did not fail. He succeeded. He was on the right track. He developed it. He tested it in various laboratory experiments, and it worked. She turned to Professor Shoram again, made a few gestures with her hand, touching her lips, ear, mouth, in a strange kind of code signal. I am asking if he wants me to explain just what Benvo does. We do want you to explain. And he wants to know how you learnt about it. We learnt about it, said Colonel Monroe. Through an old friend of yours, Professor Shoram, not Admiral Blunt. He could not remember very much. But the other person to whom you had once spoken about it, Lady Matilda Cleckheaton. Again Miss Newman turned to him and watched his lips. She smiled faintly. He says he thought Matilda was dead years ago. She is very much alive. It is she who wanted us to know about this discovery of Professor Shoram's. Professor Shoram will tell you the main points of what you want to know, though he has to warn you that this knowledge will be quite useless to you. Papers, formulae, accounts, and proofs of this discovery were all destroyed. But since the only way to satisfy your questions is for you to learn the main outline of Project Benvo, I can tell you fairly clearly of what it consists. You know the uses and purpose of tear gas as used by the police in controlling riot crowds, violent demonstrations, and so on. It induces a fit of weeping, painful tears, and sinus inflammation. And this is something of the same kind. No, it is not in the least of the same kind, but it can have the same purpose. It came into the heads of scientists that one can change not only men's principal reactions and feeling, but also mental characteristics. You can change a man's character. The qualities of an aphrodisiac are well known. They lead to a condition of sexual desire. There are various drugs or gases or glandular operations. Any of these things can lead to a change in your mental vigor, increased energy as by alterations to the thyroid gland. And Professor Shoram wishes to tell you that there is a certain process. He will not tell you now whether it is glandular or a gas that can be manufactured, but there is something that can change a man in his outlook on life, his reaction to people and to life generally. He may be in a state of homicidal fury. He may be pathologically violent. And yet, by the influence of Project Benvo, he turns into something, or rather someone, quite different. He becomes, there is only one word for it, I believe, which is embodied in its name. He becomes benevolent. He wishes to benefit others. He exudes kindness. He has a horror of causing pain or inflicting violence. Benvo can be released over a big area. It can affect hundreds, thousands of people if manufactured in big enough quantities. And if distributed successfully, how long does it last? Said Colonel Monroe. 24 hours longer. You don't understand, said Miss Newman. It is permanent. Permanent. You've changed a man's nature. You've altered a component, a physical component, of course, of his being, which has produced the effect of a permanent change in his nature, and you cannot go back on that. You cannot put him back to where he was again. It has to be accepted as a permanent change. Yes, it was, perhaps, a discovery more of medical interest at first, but Professor Shoreham had conceived of it as a deterrent to be used in war, in mass risings, riotings, revolutions, anarchy. He didn't think of it as merely medical. It does not produce happiness in the subject, only a great wish for others to be happy. That is an effect, he says, that everyone feels in their life at one time or another. They have a great wish to make someone, one person or many people, to make them comfortable, happy, in good health. All these things, and since people can and do feel these things, there is, we both believed, a component that controls that desire in their bodies. And if you once put that component in operation, it can go on in perpetuity. Wonderful, said Mr. Robinson. He spoke thoughtfully, rather than enthusiastically. Wonderful. What a thing to have discovered. What a thing to be able to put into action, if but why. The head resting towards the back of the chair turned slowly towards Mr. Robinson. Miss Newman said, "He says you understand better than the others, but it's the answer," said James Cleek. "It's the exact answer. It's wonderful." His face was enthusiastically excited. Miss Newman was shaking her head. "Project Benbow," she said, "is not for sale and not for a gift, and it has been relinquished." "Are you telling us the answer is no?" said Colonel Munro incredulously. "Yes, Professor Shoreham says the answer is no. He decided that it was against—" She paused a minute and turned to look at the man in the chair. He made quaint gestures with his head, with one hand, and a few guttural sounds came from his mouth. She waited, and then she said, "He will tell you himself. He was afraid. Afraid of what science has done in its time of triumph. The things it has found out and known. The things it has discovered and given to the world. The wonder drugs that have not always been wonder drugs. The penicillin that has saved lives and the penicillin that has taken lives. The heart transplants that have brought disillusion and the disappointment of a death not expected. He has lived in the period of nuclear fission, new weapons that have slain, the tragedies of radioactivity, the pollutions that new industrial discoveries have brought about. He has been afraid of what science could do, used indiscriminately. But this is a benefit to everyone," cried Munro. "So have many things been, always greeted as great benefits to humanity, as great wonders, and then come the side effects, and worse than that, the fact that they have sometimes brought not benefit but disaster. And so he decided that he would give up. He says," she read from a paper she held. Whilst beside her, he nodded agreement from his chair. "I am satisfied that I have done what I set out to do, that I made my discovery. But I decided not to put it into circulation. It must be destroyed. And so it has been destroyed, and so the answer to you is no. There is no benevolence on tap. There could have been once. But now all the formulae, all the know-how, my notes and my account of the necessary procedure are gone, burnt to ashes. I have destroyed my brainchild. I have destroyed my brainchild, and nobody in the world knows how I arrived at it. One man helped me, but he is yawed. He died of tuberculosis year after we had come to success. You must go away again. I cannot help you." But this knowledge of yours means you could save the world. The man in the chair made a curious noise. It was laughter, laughter of a crippled man. Save the world, save the world. What a phrase. That's what your young people are doing. They think they're going ahead in violence and hatred to save the world. But they don't know how they will have to do it themselves. Out of their own hearts, out of their own minds. We can't give them an artificial way of doing it. No, an artificial goodness, an artificial kindness, none of that. It wouldn't be real. It wouldn't mean anything. It would be against nature. He said slowly, against God. The last two words came out unexpectedly, clearly enunciated. He looked round at his listeners. It was as though he pleaded with them for understanding, yet at the same time had no real hope of it. I had a right to destroy what I had created. I doubt it very much, said Mr. Robinson. Knowledge is knowledge. What you have given birth to, what you have made come to life. You should not destroy. You have a right to your opinion, but the fact you will have to accept? No. Mr. Robinson brought the word out with force. Lisa Newman turned on him angrily. What do you mean by no? Her eyes were flashing. A handsome woman. Mr. Robinson thought. A woman who had been in love with Robert Shoreham all her life probably, had loved him, worked with him, and now lived beside him, ministering to him with her intellect, giving him devotion in its purest form without pity. There are things one gets to know in the course of one's lifetime, said Mr. Robinson. I don't suppose mine will be a long life. I carry too much weight to begin with. He sighed as he looked down at his bulk. But I do know some things. I'm right. You know, Shoreham. You'll have to admit I'm right, too. You're an honest man. You wouldn't have destroyed your work. You couldn't have brought yourself to do it. You've got it somewhere still. Locked away. Hidden away. Not in this house. Probably. I'd guess. And I'm only making a guess. That you've got it somewhere in a safe deposit or a bank. She knows you've got it there now, too. You trust her. She's the only person in the world you do trust, Shoreham said. And this time, his voice was almost distinct. Who are you? Who the devil are you? I'm just a man who knows about money, said Mr. Robinson. And the things that branch off from money, you know. People and their idiosyncrasies and their practices in life. If you liked to, you could lay your hand on the work that you've put away. I'm not saying that you could do the same work now, but I think it's all there somewhere. You've told us your views, and I wouldn't say they were all wrong, said Mr. Robinson. Possibly you're right. Benefits to humanity are tricky things to deal with. Poor old Beveridge. Freedom from want, freedom from fear, freedom from whatever it was. He thought he was making a heaven on earth by saying that and planning for it and getting it done. But it hasn't made heaven on earth. And I don't suppose your Benvo, or whatever you call it, sounds like a patent food will bring heaven on earth either. Benevolence has its dangers just like everything else. What it will do is save a lot of suffering, pain, anarchy, violence, slavery to drugs. Yes, it'll save quite a lot of bad things from happening. And it might save something that was important. It might make a difference to people. Young people. This Benvoleo of yours. Now, I've made it sound like a patent cleaner is going to make people benevolent. And I'll admit, perhaps, that it's going to make them condescending, smug, and pleased with themselves. But there's just a chance, Gumas, too, that if you change people's natures by force and they have to go on using that particular kind of nature until they die. One or two of them, not many, might discover that they had a natural vocation in humility, not pride, for what they were being forced to do. Really change themselves. I mean, before they died. Not be able to get out of a new habit they'd learnt. Colonel Monroe said, "I don't understand what the hell you're all talking about." Miss Newman said, "He's talking nonsense. You have to take Professor Shoreham's answer. He will do what he likes with his own discoveries. You can't coerce him." "No," said Lord Altamount. "We're not going to coerce you or torture you, Robert, or force you to reveal your hiding places. You'll do what you think right? That's agreed." "Edward," said Robert Shoreham. His speech failed him slightly again. His hands moved in gesture, and Miss Newman translated quickly. "Edward. He says you are Edward Altamount." Shoreham spoke again, and she took the words from him. "He asks you, Lord Altamount, if you are definitely, with your whole heart and mind, asking him to put Project Benbow in your jurisdiction. He says—" She paused, watching, listening. "He says you are the only man in public life that he ever trusted. If it is your wish." James Cleek was suddenly on his feet, anxious, quick to move like lightning. He stood by Lord Altamount's chair. "Let me help you up. Sir, you're ill. You're not well. Please, stand back a little. Miss Newman, I must get to him. I have his remedies here. I know what to do." His hand went into his pocket and came out again with a hypodermic syringe. "Unless he gets this at once, it'll be too late." He had caught up Lord Altamount's arm, rolling up his sleeve, pinching the flesh between his fingers. He held the hypodermic ready, but someone else moved. Horsham was across the room. Pushing Colonel Monroe aside, his hand closed over James Cleek's as he wrenched the hypodermic away. Cleek struggled, but Horsham was too strong for him, and Monroe was now there, too. "So it's been you, James Cleek," he said. "You who've been the traitor, a faithful disciple who wasn't a faithful disciple." Miss Newman had gone to the door, had flung it open, and was calling, "Nurse, come quickly, come." The nurse appeared. She gave one quick glance to Professor Shoreham, but he waved her away and pointed across the room to where Horsham and Monroe still held a struggling Cleek. Her hand went into the pocket of her uniform. Shoreham stammered out, "It's Altamount. A heart attack." "Heart attack? My foot!" roared Monroe. "It's attempted murder." He stopped. "Hold the chap," he said to Horsham, and leapt across the room. "Mrs. Courtman, since when have you entered the nursing profession? We'd rather lost sight of you since you gave us the slip in Baltimore." Millie Jean was still wrestling with her pocket. Now, her hand came out with the small automatic in it. She glanced towards Shoreham, but Monroe blocked her. And Lisa Newman was standing in front of Shoreham's chair. James Cleek yelled, "Get Altamount! Juanita, quick, get Altamount!" Her arm flashed up, and she fired. James Cleek said, "Damned good shot." Lord Altamount had had a classical education. He murmured faintly, looking at James Cleek, "Jamie et tu brute," and collapsed against the back of his chair. Dr. McCulloch looked round him, a little uncertain of what he was going to do or say next. The evening had been a somewhat unusual experience for him. Lisa Newman came to him and set a glass by his side. "A hot toddy," she said. "I always knew you were a woman in 1,000. Lisa. He sipped appreciatively. I must say, I'd like to know what all this has been about. But I gather it's the sort of thing that's so hush-hush that nobody's going to tell me anything. The professor, he's all right, isn't he? The professor. He looked at her anxious face, kindly. He's fine, if you ask me. It's done him a world of good. I thought perhaps the shock. I'm quite all right, said Shoreham. Shock treatment is what I needed. I feel, how shall I put it, alive again. He looked surprised. McCulloch said to Lisa, Notice how much stronger his voice is. It's apathy, really, that's the enemy in these cases. What he wants is to work again. The stimulation of some brain work. Music is all very well. It's kept him soothed and able to enjoy life in a mild way. But he's really a man of great intellectual power, and he misses the mental activity that was the essence of life to him. Get him started on it again if you can. He nodded encouragingly at her as she looked doubtfully at him. I think, Dr. McCulloch, said Colonel Monroe, that we owe you a few explanations of what happened this evening, even though, as you surmise, the powers that be will demand a hush-hush policy. Lord Altamount's death. He hesitated. The bullet didn't actually kill him, said the doctor. Death was due to shock. That hypodermic would have done the trick strychnine. The young man. I only just got it away from him in time, said Horsham. Been the fly in the ointment all along? Asked the doctor. Yes, regarded with trust and affection for over 7 years. The son of one of Lord Altamount's oldest friends. It happens, and the lady in it together. Do I understand? Yes. She got the post here by false credentials. She is also wanted by the police for murder. Murder, yes, murder of her husband, Sam Courtman, the American ambassador. She shot him on the steps of the embassy and told a fine tale of young men, masked, attacking him. Why did she have it in for him, political or personal? He found out about some of her activities. We think, I'd say, he suspected infidelity, said Horsham. Instead, he discovered a hornet's nest of espionage and conspiracy, and his wife running the show. He didn't know quite how to deal with it. Nice chap, but slow thinking, and she had the sense to act quickly. Wonderful how she registered grief at the memorial service. Memorial, said Professor Shoreham. Everyone, slightly startled, turned round to look at him. Difficult word to say, memorial. But I mean it. Lisa, you and I are going to have to start work again. But, Robert, I'm alive again. Ask the doctor if I ought to take things easy. Lisa turned her eyes inquiringly on McCulloch. If you do, you'll shorten your life and sink back into apathy. There you are, said Shoreham. Fashion, medical fashion today. Make everyone, even if they're at death's door, go on working. Dr. McCulloch laughed and got up. Not far wrong. I'll send you some pills along to help. I shan't take them. You'll do. At the door, the doctor paused. Just want to know, how did you get the police along so quickly? Squadron Leader Andrews, said Monroe, had it all in hand, arrived on the dot. We knew the woman was around somewhere, but had no idea she was in the house already. Well, I'll be off. Is all you've told me true? Feel I shall wake up any minute. Having dropped off to sleep halfway through the latest thriller, spies, murders, traitors, espionage, scientists. He went out. There was a silence. Professor Shoreham said slowly and carefully, Back to work. Lisa said, as women have always said, you must be careful. Robert, not careful. Time might be short. He said again, memorial. What do you mean? You said it before. Memorial. Yes, to Edward. His memorial. Always used to think he had the face of a martyr. Shoreham seemed lost in thought. I'd like to get hold of Gottlieb. Maybe dead. Good man to work with. With him and with you. Lisa, get the stuff out of the bank. Professor Gottlieb is alive in the Baker Foundation. Austin, Texas, said Mr. Robinson. What are you talking of doing? Said Lisa. Benvo. Of course. Memorial to Edward Altamount. He died for it, didn't he? Nobody should die in vain. Kawashu-san,